Ladies and gentlemen, students, those of you who are visiting us, just want to say good afternoon and welcome to our school board meeting. We will now call this meeting to order. And since, we'll ask our student school board member to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Christian, would you do the honors, please?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Christian, and thanks everybody. To cabinet board members, good afternoon. 1.3 is the adoption of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, let's wake up. Thank you. Let's vote. Ms. Medina, Mr. Tillman, thank you. 1.4, closed session, public comments. This is the time that members of the public will be provided an opportunity to directly address the board about any items described under closed session. Do we have any slips, Dr. Marsden? Okay, we do not have any slips. We will now close and we'll adjourn to closed session. Folks, again, get to know someone you haven't met before and share what you're going to do this summer, the fun things, of course, and we will return. It is anticipated that we return very shortly and hopefully no longer than a half an hour. Thank you for your patience. Is that for this, Officer Walker? Okay, all right, thank you.
just drive back for opportunities for learning.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. And is it teed up? Everything is ready to go?
Is it just the PowerPoint?
It is.
Okay. There's
And
not
then
like
how does she
anything else with it. No video.
Move it on.
Okay.
She'll have the clicker.
I'm gonna give you. Oh, she has her own clicker.
No,
Or,
she will
okay.
have that clicker.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I will let you guys use this clicker, and when you're
Okay.
done with it, can you put it back where that laptop is, right
Yep.
there?
Will
Just
do.
put it right next to it. I'm gonna leave
Okay,
that up
thanks so
here
much.
because you guys should be the next ones
Perfect.
coming up to the podium,
Right,
right?
they're right after public hearing?
Right after.
They're
No, we're before.
before public comments, right?
Yeah. Clicker.
Yeah.
Clicker, okay.
I was
Then
looking for you.
This goes to the next one,
Yes,
right?
this should go to the next one. Let me
How much
put
do
it
they
up
know
on the
about
screen for you.
Okay. Because Abel and I were trying to decide whether I want to tee it up and give them the history, but if they know why they're here, then I don't need to bore them with bullets. Okay. Chris, this is Carla Mueller.
Pleased to
She's
meet
one of our
you.
presidents. Well, Carla's doing the presentation.
Great.
So much from Eliana.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
yeah, all good things. Yeah.
Well,
Well, you know,
I,
never
but
know,
they've
right?
been all
Never
very
know.
good things, yes.
So,
Yeah.
just want to be sure that they knew, so maybe I don't need to say anything about Shasta, if they're pretty versed in
they're
it.
pretty up to date on it. Well, I've talked about it, and attorneys talked about it.
Okay,
I
okay,
tend to avoid any of the legal stuff, just to
Sure.
let you know.
Yeah.
Other than the basic gist, but everything.
so I may not, I mean, you may just kick it off and then I'll give
Yeah,
you.
so here's the clicker.
Do you want me to say something?
No,
Here,
sorry,
here
the
you go.
font, I'm sorry. It's the wrong font. That's so weird. Okay,
the wrong
there
font.
it is. What can do?
It'll be okay,
It
it'll
was,
be fine.
well, it's harder to
Can we
read.
make it bigger?
You can edit back there if you want to mess
Can I?
with it. Yeah,
See what-
we have a
Maybe
half
make-
hour while
make
they're
it
in
a-
closed
yeah,
session.
you've got-
Kind
you've
of mess
got
with it. Just let me
Call
know
the questions. Okay,
when you're up here. Are you going to be the one using it?
Yes.
Okay.
Jury vision.
If you're
I know
blocking
these
it with your
questions
body,
and the timeline.
it won't work. So you kind of need to hold it
So,
up like this
what
or something
I said-
when you
If I
go
just
to the
hold it
next
over
one.
is
Yeah,
right.
holding it over anywhere that
But not in front of you.
with your
Okay.
body. Because if it has to go through your body
But
to
I've had
that
to do that.
computer,
I mean, I did
it
it way much
won't.
harder. I've done it involved in my heart. I always do a public hearing when I do my jury vision.
Right.
They hear it, and sometimes they vote on it the same night, but sometimes it's the next meeting. So that's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so we're on the same page. We just have to get them on the same
And that's why I
page.
told them that, I sent it to our attorney, to go on this upcoming board as far as do the public hearing. Probably a vote next week, because she's going to probably advise.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. So it would be the public hearing, do you have another one? So we did the public hearing then, we vote in July. So that makes sense to me, that's good. I know they wanted the attorneys to talk and,
And I forwarded Suki to contact before these people contact her.
okay,
And in the first thing it says, so attorney wants to talk to you. There's 20 attorneys at YMCA, who do you talk to?
which one, yeah.
And, whereas, and there's only 2 that you person.
There you go,
So,
yeah.
okay.
So that's taking care of what other questions do I have? The petition was written in 24 hours, just because John met with you and said, let's submit it. Okay, we'll get through it. Learn for Life's on the agenda tonight?
No, they're up for votes and then.
The next one, gotcha. Well, we appreciate all your help, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
See you later, thank you.
Thanks again for your patience, and I hope you now have a new friend in the room. We are reconvening from our closed session and just want to share that there is no report out from closed session. And before we move into session 4, the superintendent board would like to ask permission to do an augmentation to the agenda.
Yeah, Board, I apologize, I didn't bring this to your attention early on. I'd like to ask for an amendment to the action of the Board for the adoption of the agenda to pull item 4.3. The MOU language requires revision, so if I could ask you to entertain that amendment of your action.
So move.
Second.
Okay, thanks. Board, let's vote. Okay, thank you. Session 4.0, public hearing for opportunities for learning. On May 8, 2017, Mr. John Hall of Opportunities for Learning submitted a charter petition to the Charter School Operations Department for approval. And at this time, it's open for a public hearing. Do we have, okay. Okay, just go right ahead, or is,
Good
What
evening,
about
if you want to
Assistant
state your name
Superintendent?
for us.
Sure. I'll get started. Good evening, Superintendent Marsden, President Hill, and all San Bernardino City Unified School Board members. My name is Carla Mueller, and I've been with Opportunities for Learning for 16 years as a teacher, assistant principal, college and career counselor, and now principal. And I may just get going. You have a copy of the PowerPoint, so we'll go through. The first thing that I want to emphasize is that though this is a new charter petition, you already know who we are and what we do because you've been chartering our sister school, Options for Youth, for the last 8 years. OFL and OFY offer identical programs in every way, so much so that both students and staff transition seamlessly from one to the other when somebody needs to move to a different region. Principals meet together to collaborate on instructional and operational plans on at least a monthly basis. Teachers are trained and coached together by the same professional development department. We serve the same population of students. You already know us, and we already have a history of a positive, collaborative partnership between our schools, including a very successful summer school program where we're able to serve students at the traditional schools in San Bernardino. You know the quality of the work that we do with our students and that we are well established and self-sufficient. You know us to be worthy of your trust and your district name. The students for this new charter are similar to those in our other charters. The majority who enroll with us are behind in credits, and a third are at least a year behind. The average student is about 17 years old, and the average student who enters in 9th grade is 16 years old, which demonstrates the struggle that they have had at their previous schools. These students are from primarily very low-income households with a significant difference in resources from the average student in Los Angeles and across the state. Both our EL and special education populations are about 10% of the student body. Oh, here we go. Okay. Because you're already familiar with our program, I'm just going to highlight some of the components. We offer both independent study and direct instruction courses in ways that maximize personal attention and individualized instruction for each student. We were early adopters of Common Core, and all applicable classes are now aligned with that, or NGSS standards. We teach in an extended school year so that students have time to catch up, or it gives them a bit more room to make more incremental and steady progress towards graduation. While our students do struggle to demonstrate what they know on the CASP, 2/3 of them are at or exceeding mastery in their English and math classes, with most of the remaining students near mastery. 2 years ago, we found that our EL students weren't receiving sufficient support, and so we created an ELD department and implemented a systematic program of support and intervention. You can see the results of that work. We're proud of the progress we've made while we continue to pursue more. We're also very proud to have just received a 6-year term for our recent WASC accreditation renewal. The unique aspects of our schools include our socio-emotional and experiential learning programming, which includes college tours throughout the state, camps at a farm and a ranch where students learn about sustainable agriculture as well as leadership development, a trip to Washington, D.C., eye-opening international trips to Cuba and China and Italy, and numerous student interest groups and sports teams. Virtually every aspect of our program, both inside and out of the classroom, includes focusing on developing the character of our students. And now we're to the part that I am most passionate about, which is ensuring that all students have access to college and are equitably prepared for life after high school. All of our charters have full AG course lists, and the AG curriculum is the default for all of our students. All of our students are encouraged to prepare for and apply to college. And we have college cohorts, sometimes called crew, in which students are walked through every step of the college application and admission process from the spring of their junior year through the summer after their graduation. Most of our students, if they had heard anything at all about college before coming to OFL, was that they sure weren't going to be going. And then they come to us, and we ask them if they would like to go to college. And then we convince them that we're asking them a serious question, and then an entire new world opens up to them. 6 years ago, we had only a handful of college admissions, and you can see where we are now with hundreds of students admitted to dozens of schools across the country. 85% of our college-bound students, both those who are starting in community colleges and at four-year schools, will be the first in their families to graduate from college. We're expecting 80% of our seniors who were enrolled with us on Seabed's Day this year to be graduated by June 30th. Our four-year cohort graduation rate is significantly lower, but that's to be expected because we're not a destination school. And when the majority of our students are coming to us behind in credits and at 16 years old, it is very difficult for them to catch up and still graduate right on time, though many of them do graduate within a semester of what their standard time frame would have been. But another factor is our college-going culture. We have many students who choose to delay their graduation so that they can retake classes or take additional classes to make them university eligible. And we know that this hurts us on the state dashboard, but it's well worth it to see students' lives changed. And this is a picture of our senior signing day, which we have for all of our students at the end of the year, where they get to announce where it is that they are going to school next year. I'm going to take just a moment to ensure you are aware of what happens if these school sites do not receive a new charter for the coming school year. Thousands of students will be displaced, the majority of whom literally have nowhere else to go, either because they have aged out of the traditional school system or because that system has already proven to be ineffective or unsafe for them and they will not return there. All of these school sites are full and have lottery lists because the need for an alternative setting is so high. And while these students currently live in LA, the U.S. Census shows that the largest migration... I thought we had 10 minutes.
If you're
Sorry.
almost done, continue.
I am almost done, yes. This is important. The U.S. Census shows that the largest migration in the U.S. was from LA to San Bernardino County in the last decade. So these students and their families may well be future San Bernardino students, residents, and employees. We are public school educators. We all know the dire consequences, both individual and societal, of not finishing high school. And likewise, we know the great benefits that we all reap when students who were not expected to finish high school do graduate and are prepared to contribute to society. And still, some people may say, these aren't your kids, so why should you worry about what happens to them? But your openness to hear us today is evidence that you know that in 2017, there's no such thing as my kids and their kids. And what happens in San Bernardino impacts what happens in LA and vice versa. And the reality is that all kids are our kids. It has been the greatest privilege of my life to walk with these students and families and see their lives transformed and bright, bright futures unfold. And your wonderful school district already partners with us to serve the students who are most in need. And I'm inviting you to expand your influence to join us in serving students in Los Angeles as well. Please do what is within your power to take care of the students who belong to all of us. Thank you so much for your consideration of the OFL San Bernardino petition.
Thank you. And before you leave, Mr. Tillman and then Mr. Gallo.
So What's your position in the organization?
I'm a principal.
And you said that OFL and OFY are the same, and so if option for youth is the same thing as options for learning, then why do you want another campus?
These are for schools that are already open, but we've lost the charters for them
You lost the charters because,
due to all of the fallout from the Shasta versus Anderson decision.
oh, so it was schools in our district that were authorized in another district?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hill, and thanks for the presentation. Now, tell me about the LA students again. Like, they come to the campus in San Bernardino?
Not in San Bernardino. These will be in LA school sites.
Oh, I see. And, okay, I'm not sure I understood the relevance then to the San Bernardino.
We're requesting for a charter with San Bernardino City Unified School District for our school sites in Los Angeles. So you do charter schools for our sister school Options for Youth in San Bernardino, and we're asking for you to charter schools in Los Angeles as well for the identical program.
Are we allowed to do that? No? I thought that was the whole point of the laws, that you had to be chartered by the LEA that you were.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
bring you that detailed information at a future date. This is an opportunity for the public hearing,
Yeah,
for
but
them to express,
that,
so,
so you'll brief us on that?
correct.
I see.
Yeah, at a future date.
But just so I'm clear, so you're requesting that we approve a charter for you where the school will be in the LEA school district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think we have,
Yeah, we do have a number of other folks that want to comment on this, and so if you are speaking with Ms. Mueller, is it? Then I would invite the following people. If you are speaking independently of Ms. Mueller, then I'm going to ask that you speak independently. But if you could, for the sake of efficiency and time, if you could bind yourselves together and agree on who might speak and represent you so that we can stay within a brief amount of time for the board to consider this information and the public as well during this hearing. So you have Caitlin Warman, Isaiah Luna, Morgan Bradley, Esther Cruz, Juan Martinez, Justin Barista, and Jarina Batista. Forgive me if I've mispronounced some names there. If you could organize yourselves, and then I do have one person who's speaking separately, as they've indicated, but if any of you are speaking together, collectively, or differently, I'll let you arrange yourselves, so you could come, please, and present briefly to the board.
We do have one other student who didn't have a slip because he was going to be
That's
part.
fine. If you could organize yourselves to do that and speak, that would be helpful to the board so that you can make this succinct as possible.
and I just want the board to know that we are not voting on this tonight. We're just
Correct.
here for the public hearing.
I
That's
just want to
correct.
get the information, that's what the public hearing is for.
You bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great questions, and we'll certainly board brief you at a future date. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the board.
My name is Octavio Chavez.
Welcome.
Good evening, board members. It is an honor to be here in front of you. I'm a recent graduate from Options for Youth, and to be honest, I didn't think I'd ever make it to this point in my life. It took me 7 years to graduate from high school. And believe me, that is not easy to stay up here. But before you begin to judge this book by its cover, I invite you to listen to its story. On my very first day of high school, I found myself at a park skipping school because I was late and I wasn't prepared. That wouldn't be the last time I skipped school. I wasn't aware about the importance of my education. So I let myself be influenced by my friends. I wasn't sure of what I wanted to do with my future, but there was something that I was sure of. I knew that I was never going to go to college. I figured I would have to work like everyone else in my neighborhood. 3 years into high school, I found myself with 20 credits. At this point in my life, I reflected deeply about my parents' struggle. They immigrated from Mexico with the intention of living the American dream. But the lack of education, resources, and knowledge of the English language restricted them from living that dream. I felt as if it was my responsibility to live that dream for them. With this in mind, I decided to search for help. After being denied by the schools I thought I would attend, I was beginning to lose hope. However, one school took me in without judging me for my transcript full of Fs, options for youth. I came in thinking I was only going to make up credits, but little did I know that it was going to be a life-changing experience for myself and for my family. Here I met teachers that dramatically impacted the direction I was heading. I remember sitting in a class, and our teacher announced that we were going to have a new English teacher. Her name was Anna. On the first day that we were going to meet her, I missed class because I had to work. My family at the time was going through a financial crisis, and I decided to start working to help out with expenses. When I came back the next day, I was informed that I had to read the first 2 chapters of our new novel, Night. The next day I showed up, had me read the entire book. We were given an assignment to write a book that we had just read. When I submitted my work, I didn't know it was going to catch the attention of my teacher, Anna. One day she sat next to me and asked if I knew what I wanted to do with my future, because she thought the essay that I wrote looked as if a college student had written it. She then asked me, "Do you know how far that writing could take you?" Confused, I asked, "Where?" She looked at me and said, "College." It was the first conversation we ever had about college, and it left me curious about the possibilities. Although I began to see that college was a real possibility for me, there were occasions where I considered dropping out, and it took a lot of motivation and encouragement from the teachers at Options for Youth to keep me on my feet. My experience here transformed the entire course of my life. Although it's been a long journey since then, I now humbly stand before you with 3.8 GPA and with 3 university acceptances. I have chosen to attend Cal Poly Pomona in the fall to pursue a degree in engineering as the first person in my family to go to college. I will use my story as a way to empower the generations after me. I've been told that not a lot of people from San Bernardino go to college, but I respond by saying, if I did it, so can you. The narrative that has been told of San Bernardino is a negative one. We are a city that has been known to produce drug addicts, high school dropouts, and criminals. I want to change that narrative to a positive one in which San Bernardino not only produces, but helps produce thinkers, scholars, and innovators from similar communities. That story will begin with me, and it should begin with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your story. I just have one question. Really appreciate you sharing that with us. But you were saying Options for Youth, and I didn't know if people were speaking for Options for Youth or Opportunities for Learning.
Octavio is an Options for Youth graduate, but he is speaking on behalf of Opportunities for Learning for this new petition.
Okay.
Because it is the same program, so he just wanted to share his experience and that he wants this for students in LA as well.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Fantastic. And we've allotted about a total of 10 minutes, 7 minutes and 30 seconds now. Is that going to be sufficient for your team to present?
They're about a minute.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, jury. My name is Isai Luna, and
Good evening, Mr. Luna. Welcome.
thank you. A few of the words that describe me as a bilingual individual is my ability to survive and adapt. I am full of culture and diversity. I came to this country at the age of 12. The first years after arriving to this country were hard. After that, I suffered from bullying 4 years of my life. I was different from what society expected me to be. That's just a part of my struggle as an English learner in American schools and culture. Although I eventually adapted to this country, it was a long road before I did. It was hard to adapt because of what society viewed me. At first, I had no friends. I felt no support into my traditional high school. I was just closed in a little bubble where nobody can get into. I felt like I did not belong. Kids calling me names, insulting where I was from, my origins, my humanity. Their insults did not just destroy my self-esteem, but also my innocence. It was all because I was different. I always kept in mind that my difference was my strength. I always said to myself that I had qualities that my bullies could never acquire, like my values and my idealism. With hard work, I learned the English language to a point that I was able to communicate and fit into society enough to be called an average American teenage kid. Once in high school, I participated in a lot of activities that took me out of my comfort zone, like drama club and student leadership. When I transferred to Opportunities for Learning, I felt the support that I never felt before. My teachers care and work one-on-one with me. At OFL, I continue to be a part of the student leadership and other social groups. I participate in as many school events as possible. These groups help me improve my English and communication skills. In these groups, I had my voice being heard for the first time. I took the bad influence out of my life and kept the good ones. These groups helped me to accept myself, being different, and feel comfortable in my own skin. I used the help of all my teachers to finish my graduation requirements and complete high school in a timely manner. Thanks to Opportunities for Learning, the teachers and the staff and my family, I am where I am today, because all of them are having able to reach my goals. I have now made true friends that accept me for who I am. I graduated from high school. I enrolled college last month for the career of cosmetology and barbering. I have faced the fear of speaking in public, and I am reclassified as a fluent English speaker, all without forgetting where I come from and who I am. No matter how many times people try bringing me down, I always kept moving forward. I am grateful to all the teachers and staff members at Opportunities for Learning for helping me graduate and reclassify and continue my education after high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luna.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jarina Bautista. I am a parent of a junior student at Opportunities for Learning at the West Covina branch. We are very happy at this school and with its location. When we found out about your program, we enrolled and were ecstatic about enrolling and starting with a fresh beginning at a school that really cares. My son suffers several medical conditions and disabilities and does not fit in well within the public school system. In addition, the school offers such flexible schedules where my son attends partial days and partial hours, which completely fits in with his medical conditions. We have experienced the professionalism of all teachers and counselors whom have helped my son achieve enormous success and perform to his highest abilities. In fact, he has reached a 3.43 GPA from a much lower GPA at the start. I have sincere hopes that the school will remain open. I would not know what to do if the school closed. I have no other alternatives and do not want him going back into the public school environment. My son has come so far here at Opportunities for Learning. He is highly motivated to continue there and receive his diploma and intends to enroll in college thereafter. I am pleading to those in charge of making the final decision to keep our school open. My son is a perfect example of the outstanding programs offered through the West Covina site. Thank you.
Thank
This is
you.
my son, Justin Bautista.
Hi, my name is Justin Bautista, and excuse me, I have severe Tourette syndrome, and I am a junior at the West Covina Opportunities for Learning location. I have excelled in the program at West Covina, and if it were to close down, it would have a huge negative effect on my education. I suffer from medical issues, and the school is very accommodating. The hours are perfect for me, and the staff is always willing to help. In fact, it is because of the staff and their dedication and their commitment to helping each and every one of us to succeed that I have made great improvements. I started with a very low GPA and now have continuously brought it up, and I'm working towards a 4.0. Please charter our program and continue to keep West Covina open. I would have no idea how to handle a new environment and new school, as the school has met all of my needs. Thank you so much, Justin Bautista.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin.
Greetings, my name is Esther Cruz. Before my enrollment at Opportunities for Learning, my educational success was non-existent, and I lacked interest in seeking anything intellectual. I had a 0.5 GPA at my former high school, and here at OFL I have been able to maintain a 4.0 GPA. I was recently awarded first place at the East LA Science Fair with a gold medal thanks to the faculty at OFL who steered me toward my academic accomplishments. At a traditional school, I felt misguided. My absences and tardies were incessant, and my behavior was violent, constantly engaged in physical and verbal altercations. Regardless of my past, OFL opened their doors to me. Their academic program assisted in drawing me away from drugs, peer pressure, and other vices. The safe learning environment free of fights and bullying offered by OFL positively impacted me. Their academic program assisted, I said that. Under their tutelage, I became an athlete, college-ready, scholar honoree, and a straight-A student. They gave me a sense of direction that I had never experienced at any other school. When students feel it is pointless to go on and lose confidence in themselves, OFL prods them to transcend those moods. For this reason, students need these teachers and this educational facility to stay open. Every pedagogue takes the time to attend to students' needs. This direct help given by OFL instructors stimulates the intellectual development of many students. It's a place where I learned I'm not here to pass a class. I'm here to acquire knowledge. They teach us to fulfill our duty as responsible students, which also allows us as individuals to develop a disciplined character that can carry through in the positions of larger responsibility. After I graduate, with all the skill sets that I have been taught by the teachers at OFL, won't just be another passing graduate.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Cruz.
Okay.
Thank you. And board, even though their time is up, you have 4 people still standing. If you could give us a true 1 minute, we will allow you to, but we also have other people who have patiently waiting to do presentations, and I'm sure they're looking at their watches as well. So and thank you, young lady, appreciate hearing what you had to share.
Thank
But
you.
if you could do a true minute, each one, we appreciate it.
Good evening, board members, supervisor, and audience. My name is Caitlin Warman, and I am an alumni of Opportunities for Learning. Opportunities for Learning is a wonderful school that is an option for students who don't fit in a traditional school system. I never was able to fit in a traditional school system because I was bullied heavily, and because I was bullied, I refused to go to a traditional school system, and that's how I found OFL. OFL is a welcoming environment where students who feel uncomfortable in a traditional school system are encouraged to go and to succeed. When I first came to OFL, I had 15 credits and was supposed to be a junior. I managed to finish 4 years of high school in only 3 years. OFL has wonderful opportunities that many schools don't allow, such as free math tutoring. I definitely took advantage of this free math tutoring that was available and was at the tutoring table almost every day, even on Fridays. The tutor at my center is what made me love math again. When I was in traditional school, I hated math and did not understand it. My math was never the strongest subject, but I always got by. Once I got to OFL and sat with the tutor, everything all of a sudden clicked and it made sense. I went from failing math class to getting an A in every single math class. In fact, the math tutor from OFL is the reason why I'm now a math tutor at Citrus Community College. It was also wonderful to have teachers that you knew cared about you and wanted to see you succeed in life. We need places like OFL for students like me that refuse to go to a traditional school system in fear of being bullied again. Instead of having dropouts, you now have students going to school and working hard. A traditional school is not for everyone, and it does not work for those who need to look after younger siblings, have a job, or for those who were bullied and are now scared to go back to the school. OFL only helped me succeed in life, and it taught me the stepping stones of what to do later on in life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have almost 2.5 minutes left.
Good evening. My name is Heather East, and I'm a parent of a 2017 OFL graduate. We enrolled our daughter Danielle in OFL in her sophomore year of high school. Danielle was at a traditional school for 2 years. We watched her struggle academically, even with the help of tutoring and academic therapies. She was drowning. You see, our daughter has a learning disability that required individualized attention, a smaller learning environment, and teachers who understood what Danielle's needs were socially, emotionally, and most of all, academically. If not for OFL, our daughter would have continued to struggle, feel dumb, and defeated. And she is certain that she would have dropped out of high school. Being a student at OFL helped her gain the necessities to be a successful student. They encouraged her, believed in her, and helped her develop her skills as a learner so that she could reach her potential. Though at one time she thought she couldn't graduate high school, last Friday night Danielle was the speaker at her graduation ceremony, and she will be attending a 4-year university in the fall. As parents of students at OFL, we are able to form a collaborative relationship with the staff and work together as a team on how best to help Danielle. We were very thankful every day for the help, guidance, communication, and support OFL gave to our daughter to just simply believe in herself and be successful. Watching her graduate with the many other students who all have different stories that led them to OFL was heartwarming, to say the least. Kids who struggle in school academically deserve the same chance as someone who doesn't. OFL is that chance for many kids. Thank you.
Thank you. 58 seconds.
Hello, my name is Juan Martinez. My life before OFL has been a very similar story to many of the students I work with now. In middle school, many kids started to realize the socioeconomic status of their neighborhood and start hanging out with the gang-related crowd at a very young age. I was either getting kicked out of school for fighting or moving houses and being forced to change schools. I was always getting in trouble at school, but I knew I had the potential to be a very good student. There was a short period of time I went without attending school at all after being expelled. Unfortunately, I had to build a bad record at my previous schools. Many of the schools denied my enrollment, but by luck, I had a few cousins who were already attending OFL and suggested I try it out. OFL has always helped me and has changed the person who I am today. I had a teacher who really cared about me and who was able to make an impact in my life. Had to take advantage of such a great opportunity. Little by little, I started noticing that I was capable of having good grades and took advantage of different activities OFL offered. I was so invested in school that by graduation, I was even the graduation speaker. Years later, I am working with OFL. I was a math tutor at the East LA Center for about 5 years and now hold the position of a center coordinator at the Hutton Park Center. I have passion for helping high school students achieve their own goals for graduation and beyond. Family members also saw the huge turnaround I had in OFL. I have my brother and my 4 other siblings who also graduated with OFL, and a sister who is enrolled at the OFL in Hutton Park as well. OFL has been
If
more
you could
than
bring it
just
to a
school.
close, you still have one person standing and you're over that last minute.
Okay. OFL has been more than just a school for us. It was a second chance and a long-lasting family. Thank you.
Thank you. Young man, you look too good for us not have you speak at all, so thank you.
Thank you.
But please make it brief.
It'll be under 2 minutes, I promise.
Good. Under how many minutes?
Under 2 minutes.
How about one?
90 seconds.
Okay. Let's start.
My name is Morgan Bradley, and I'm a school psychologist at Opportunities for Learning. I'm also a former student and graduate of OFL. And I wanted to be here and speak today because of that unique perspective that I have as both a student and faculty member. It's been over a decade since I was a student at OFL, but I can tell you with certainty that my time there had a huge impact on the direction that my life has taken. Before OFL, I was a failing student, about to get kicked out of school, and I had no interest in going to college. But Opportunities for Learning helped me turn things around. I was able to finish high school. I was able to attend community college and later on obtain a degree from UC Berkeley. I was able to finish graduate school and become a psychologist. This was not something that I imagined I was capable of before attending OFL. And that environment, that unique environment that allowed me to figure things out and find my path, it's still there today. And it's extremely rewarding for me to get to go to work now in that environment and to see our students learn and grow and succeed in the same way that I did when I was in their shoes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you for coming out this evening. And we have
One more comment. Ms. Ashley Alcala would like to approach the board on this topic, our president of our Teachers Association.
Good evening, members of the board, President Hill, Vice President Medina,
Good
Cabinet.
evening.
Good evening.
I'm Ashley Vitas Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. I rise this evening to address the matter of the charter school petition for Opportunities for Learning presented to the board in the district. As president of SPTA and on behalf of our leadership, I must strongly object to our considering this charter school petition, with all due respect to the lead petitioner and his colleagues. The objections are based on a minimum of several critical issues, namely, one, the teacher approval page reflects the names and signatures of 118 individuals describing themselves as credentialed teachers, including 6 individuals who signed twice. Nearly all of these individuals reside in Los Angeles. Not one of these teachers has a personal connection to or investment in the children served by the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Further, SPTA believes within the boundaries of our school district there exists a wealth of teachers not only dedicated to our children, but more than capable of providing a quality education if provided the resources, time, and opportunity. Page 9 of the application specifically states that the charter addresses youth ages 16 to 24, all of whom are in the Los Angeles area. How can opportunities for learning purport to actually care about the children of San Bernardino when their attention is focused on Los Angeles? Approval of this. Lastly, why would we approve a charter school that promises to do exactly what our community engagement strategic plan is designed to do, which is to prepare our students not only for college, but also careers that will serve and promote the community of San Bernardino City Unified School District and our county? Why would we sacrifice the countless hours of work put into that plan and demean the heartfelt efforts of parents, teachers, district employees, administrators, and the partners with whom we are building relationships to accomplish that plan just to allow one more charter into our district? We strongly urge you to deny this charter application, as well-intentioned as it tries to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And those are all comments on item 4.1.
Okay, and again, board, we will not be voting on this. 4.2, annual service plan and budget requirement.
Yes, so with that, Dr. Moneris is prepared to brief you on this topic.
Madam President,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and of course, it's your pleasure, but it is 7 o'clock. I know there's other public comments.
Okay, and how long is your report, Dr. Menards?
I was just going to give a brief overview of what this plan is, so just that it's an annual
And we actually,
update.
and we actually have a couple topics, including our administrative reports that would normally come before public comment. So we could do public comments or Dr. Moneris' report and then public
Okay,
comments. Your
so,
pleasure. Is it your
so
pleasure?
board, if it's okay? All right, well, thank you for your patience, and we certainly aren't saying it's not important, it is important. So what we're going to do for the benefit of others, we are going to go to 7.4, public comments. And this is the time during the agenda when the Board of Education is prepared to receive comments from members of the public on any matter within its subject matter jurisdiction. Again, we certainly hope you will pay attention to the time, and if you have something to say for 5 minutes, fine. If you finish early, don't try to think of anything new. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
And the board welcomes Mr. Jose Martinez Soto. Welcome, sir. Bienvenidos.
Buenas tardes, soy José Martínez, mi esposa Adelina.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I'm Jose Martinez, and this is my wife, Adelina.
Good evening.
Mi motivo que vengo aquí es para decirles que acerca de mi hijo Alan Martínez.
The reason I am here is to talk about my son, Alan Martinez.
Me acabo de mudar para el condado de San Bernardino.
I recently moved to the San Bernardino County.
El motivo es que el 15 de mayo lo escribí en la escuela a Manuel A. Salinas.
On May 15th, I took him to the school Manuel A. Salinas.
Es mi hijo con clases especiales.
He has special need classes.
So, a mi niño se fue discriminado y desagradable.
My child was discriminated,
En desagradable.
and it was not a pleasurable moment.
So, todavía es la fecha que no me han dado respuesta. So,
And up till now, I still haven't received any answers.
aquí tengo la carta que les voy a mostrar.
I have a letter here for you that I'm going to show you.
So, quiero que me ayuden en recuperar las horas que ha perdido mi niño acerca de su estudio.
I would ask you that you help me recuperate the hours that my son has lost with his schooling.
Tengo otros hijos también. Quiero que esto no lo miren como que me tomen represalias acerca de lo que está sucediendo.
I have other children, and I hope that you don't take that against them as well because of what is happening.
So, es todo por el momento, que si me pueden ayudar con mi caso.
This is all that I have, and if you could help me with my case.
We'd be very happy to help you and discuss this with you. So if you could, we'll actually have you give the information to my assistant, Carla, and then my office will reach out to you immediately. It'd be our pleasure to help you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Una pregunta. I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Medina.
¿El documento que tiene son copias para los miembros o son nomás tienes una copia?
Tengo copias.
Okay, si quieres, he has copies. That's what I think he was insinuating he had copies. I don't know if you wanted to pass them out or if that was something that.
We can do that, whatever you'd
Okay.
like.
Yes, if he has copies.
Thank you.
And then, pero muchas gracias por traerlo a nuestra atención.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board welcomes Victor Torres, Amanda Castillo, and Michelle Salazar, and I think there might be one other person on the ensemble, the San Bernardino Percussion Ensemble. Board welcomes you. Maybe Erica Reed as well. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. Nice to see
hello.
you here.
Yeah. My name is Victor Torres, and I'm captain of the SB drumline, which you guys may know of. I have had the pleasure of being a part of this program for the last 6 years, and luckily I still have my senior year to go, which is this next coming year. Throughout my time in drumline, I've learned skills that I cannot even begin to express. I have been in drumline for 6 years, and throughout this entire time, I've only had one constant teacher, and that's Mr. Michael Cooper. Mr. Cooper has shown us how to work together as a team and accomplish things that we set our minds to, which includes drumline and marching band. Recently, Michael Cooper has been let go, and although this was a devastating blow to the drumline kids, we believed that as long as we had our questions answered, it would be okay. Me and Amanda and I have gone to our director and asked him these questions that other students have asked us, and we have not been really given an answer completely, and we feel as though it's not the appropriate way to go about things that has been done. I personally have been brought up to respect my leaders, which includes teachers, but I have also been taught that good leaders as well give just as much respect as they are given, and sadly, in this case, this has not been so. Frankly, the only way to describe the treatment the drumline kids have been given at Cajon is to use the word disrespect. I personally have a deep connection with my instrument, and I feel as though if we were given the opportunity to extend our season, that has been one of the greatest seasons of my life, I might add, that it would be one of the greatest opportunities that you as board members could give us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So some of the past instances of disrespect that we felt from Mr. Fung is at the past drumline season that Cajon hosted a drumline show, as we do every year, and we consider it as SB our home show because we all attend that school. The majority of us attend Cajon. And every year, the leaders of the drumline look forward to handing out the awards at the conclusion of the competition, respecting our home school. And when we approached Mr. Fung at the end of the day to ask if we were still going to pass out the awards, he not only turned us down because SB isn't part of Cajon, but he did so in a very immature manner. And another instance that he made the drumline feel insignificant to the music program of Cajon is when Victor and I attended a leadership meeting for marching band, willing to accept the changes that he's making to the upcoming season, including Mr. Cooper being replaced. And on top of that, on top of all the unanswered questions, he expressed to the student leaders of the band that if the new drum tech isn't qualified, then it is what it is. And that's what he told them. So when Mr. Fung said this, it made us feel that he doesn't care about the direction of the percussion section. And as a result of that, almost every single member of the drumline decided not to pursue marching band. So because of the way that Mr. Fung treated us, it made us feel that we weren't part of Cajon anymore. And when he removed Mr. Cooper as the director of the drumline section, we felt further separated from the music program. And now Michelle.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Salazar. Now, I know this may sound to me like a bashing upon the new teacher that we have at Cajon, and that's not what we're trying to get him fired. We're not trying to raise any more problems with that at the district level. However, we have, because of this occasion of him firing Mr. Cooper, which is the one constant variable person we've had in our lives since most of us at a middle school age, we're shooting for either having an extended season or bringing Mr. Cooper back to the Cajon marching program. And the reason we want to do this is for the extended season, not only will this help us actually achieve better levels in drumline, as recently known this past year, we placed championships in both of the lines, in both of the programs actually, and for all three lines, which has actually been pretty amazing because that's never happened before. And if we had an extended season, this would not only help us, this will help us with technicalities such as getting our props in, getting our floors, figuring out who will be a part of the show, such as characters, who will be part of what, as well as possibly getting donations for a better season, especially now that there's an opportunity of our varsity line being pushed to open, which raises the competition level quite a bit. And we understand that may arouse technicalities with that, and so if we can't have that, we ask that we bring Mr. Cooper back to Cajon High School's marching program, because we have a very strong connection with him, and by him not being there, as Amanda previously said, it really limits our connection to the program, because as a drumline, though we do have another season, we still count on that program to help us better ourselves as musicians and simply people as a band. And we don't, when we have the lack of that, when it comes to drumline season, most of us find ourselves out of practice, thus losing our amazing advancement that we have. And this is all thanks to our teacher that's been there for us, most of us for like 7 years now, and it's really important to us that we try to get this discovered.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Erica Reed. I've been here a few times, so thank you for listening to me. I am speaking on behalf as a parent. My son, Zachariah, has been part of the drumline program for the past 4 years, going into his 5th year, his junior year at Cajon. I just wanted to point out a few things that I have seen as a parent on behalf of Michael Cooper. My son's freshman year, they had a new teacher come in, and he was let go or chose to leave, whatever the case was, because he had personal differences. We are not quite sure in regards to Michael Cooper, and the children did not appreciate the way he addressed them as well and was trying to take the program in a different direction. Michael Cooper took these kids that season, stayed with them every practice so they could continue to have a fall season. He was not a teacher. He was not getting paid to be a teacher. He was there on his own time just to take care of the kids. That year, the kids out of 27 in their fall show scored 8th with no teacher other than Michael Cooper. That year, percussion took number 1 at the San G fall show. No teacher. Last year, as a parent, my son spent all of his hours in band camp with no show. Mr. Fung did not produce a show. A show was not brought to us until the very last minute. They did not receive their 3rd movement in their show until their very last competition, and they learned it within 7 hours. So that shows the musicianship on behalf of the children to learn the material that fast, but they scored 27th. Your drumline students who have taken 2nd in the state of California, and not to mention number 1, 27th. With Mr. Fung. I'm not trying to depict him or make him, get fired or whatever the case may be, but to tell me in a booster meeting that you were taking the band in a different direction without even notifying Mr. Cooper in a booster meeting. And I asked him, well, when were you gonna let us know? Today. today, the week of the SB Drumline Finals, the week that the kids had their hearts set on. They were so excited. That Saturday, they knew with that information that they were given that week what kind of mindset it would have put them into play on Saturday. But they still went, and they did well, and they succeeded. I have no idea what motivates Mr. Fung to make the decisions that he does. All I know is that Michael Cooper has been a constant for my son, for these students, and to remove him out of their fall show program is a detriment. They just received new uniforms, they're getting a new football field, and they have no band. There's no students that tried out. Five showed up to try out. Why? Because you want to change the direction and not answer them as to what direction you want to go into. So I just ask that you all please reconsider into speaking possibly with Mr. Fung. Mr. Jancy was at that meeting, that booster meeting. He's the vice principal of Cajon High School. He was there. I don't know if he knew that Mr. Fung was going to go in this way. I just noted to Mr. Fung myself, you're going to have issues if you continue to go in this direction. He had no comments for me. He had nothing to say. And I did point out how I felt that he does not appreciate the drumline students. He has never congratulated them on their success, and he should be proud because majority of SB Drumline is from Cajon High School. Those are his students. He should wear that name proudly, and that's not how they feel. And as a mother, I don't appreciate that, and I know my son, who has played drums since he was in the 5th grade, to not want to play his junior year, that says something. So I just thank you. I'm sorry. I just thank you for your time and hope that you would take in consideration all that we have said today and you do something to help us either extend our drumline season or bring Michael Cooper back to fall and Cajon, please.
Ms. Reed
Thank you.
and students, just thank you so very much. I appreciate your comments, and I want you to know we hear you. This is the first time we're hearing of this, so of course it's impossible to speak to anything when we're hearing for the first time. But you can have my assurance that Dr. Wiseman, who oversees the school, his attention will be given to the matter immediately because that's his charge, and we will find a solution.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And before you leave, Dr. Flores,
I just want to commend you for coming. You guys are awesome as drumline and what you did. It was just amazing. And I would just like a clarification. Just clarify for us what your asks are. What are your main asks? Like what are your desires? Mm-hmm. For you to be successful.
They would prefer extended drumline or bring Michael Cooper back for their fall season, because with having Michael Cooper in their fall season, that is what prepares them for the winter season.
When you say extend, what does that mean?
Our drumline season regularly starts around December is when they, right? Yeah.
Our drumline season typically starts in December, but technically we're allowed. Can you allow her to speak?
Yeah, sure. Michelle, go.
Our drumline season for SB, which is the high school program, typically starts late December, but we're allowed to start as early as September.
So you're asking to start early September?
Yes, ma'am. We're asking either to start early September, thus extending our season, or bringing Mr. Cooper back to the Cajon marching program.
And? Are those the two? And? So you want to start early with the drumline, because that helps you, and bring back Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming down, and enjoy the rest of your summer.
I do have one comment from Ms. Peterson, and you wrote if you'd like a meeting, you'd be glad to meet. We'd be happy to meet with you. If you'd like to approach the board, you're certainly welcome to do that, Ms. Jenny Peterson, or if you wanted to talk to my assistant to schedule a meeting, we can do that at your pleasure. So Ms. Jenny Peterson. No, drumline folks. Okay, so we'll save that in case Ms. Peterson comes back. And then we have Rich Wallace, wanted to speak to the board about a driver's education program. Mr. Wallace, welcome.
Good evening, school board.
Good
Thank
evening.
you for
Good
having
evening,
me.
Mr. Wallace.
Yes, my name is Rich Wallace. I am the president of the Southern California Black Chamber of Commerce, which is a business organization from the desert to the sea. One of the things that we're here to talk about tonight is we also have a driver's ed program under our Santa Ana program called Second Wind. We're looking to offer this program here in San Bernardino, where it teaches young people to get their driver's license and how to drive. Basically, what we have been doing under our educational program is teaching a lot of young people business skills, but finding out they don't have driver's license, and that doesn't stop them from driving. So, getting tickets, having accidents, texting while driving, teaching them not just the basic fundamentals of how to drive, but why they shouldn't be texting and driving, why they shouldn't be other things in driving, why they shouldn't be eating a hamburger and driving, and these type of things. We have a step-by-step program that we've been doing for 15 years called Second Wind Driving, and we've been doing this at Central High School in Orange County. Looking to bring this program over to San Bernardino using San Bernardino instructors, San Bernardino cars, San Bernardino people to be able to take these students and help them be able to get a foundation. A lot of times young people, I raised 4 young boys, and the foundation is so important. They start out with tickets, they start out dodging the police, and that's how they end up after a while. So we want to look at putting them in the right seat at the right time and being able to help them learn driver's ed the right way they did 20, 30 years ago when we were driving, well, some of us. So that's what we're looking to propose. We have an average of 200 students a semester at an average price of $200 apiece, based upon what the cost is through the educational program. We can adjust our program to fit what the school district has, but we're really looking at trying to promote driver's ed and actually get these kids driver's license before they start getting driving tickets. And as you well know, that's going to happen in every summer. You see kids driving back from Knott's Berry Farm, Disneyland, and these places, driving without license in major car accidents, hurting themselves and other people. So that's what we're looking at proposing. We have a full proposal that we can provide for the board, so you can look at how we've been doing it, how we implement it, and how we get these young people driver's license. It is so important to get these young people behind the wheel the right way. And I'm telling you, I teach at an at-risk high school, and there's at least 20 kids there, and none of them have driver's license, and all of them have cars. So we started there, and we're trying to get them on the road the right way. Again, my name is Rich Wallace, and I'm with the Black Chamber of Commerce. And if you have questions, I'm here to answer them, but I don't want to take a lot of time, and I see Ms. Hill is moving them right along. So.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Well, I saw a light down here, I guess. Mr. Tillman, you no longer? Okay, your light's back on. Is it
So
Dr.
the
Flores?
program is similar to the drivers that we used to have, so at the end of your program, the students can go and get their permit and a driver, and
Yes, sir. And before the end of the program, they will be sure to be able to pass a written test. And we have cars that they can do test driving in. So by the time we release them to the DMV, they're ready. They're not only physically ready to drive a car, but they're mentally ready to understand why they can't text and drive.
and the $190-something includes your insurance and all that?
It includes everything, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Flores?
Mr. Wallace, it's great, because I took driver's ed a long time ago in PE, and that was great. What is your success rate?
Well, right now, we're at 90% of all graduates that have actually gone to our school. The ones that we've lost have actually quit school. They didn't quit the
Okay.
driver's ed program, but they quit school, and some have just come back and wanted to just go to the driver's ed part. But they had to be, registered students in school. It was, the program we have now is an after-school program. So it's an addition to what they're now doing.
Is it by hour, or is it by, how many hours?
It's
or
2 hours a day.
A day for how many days?
And I believe, I have to refer to one of my colleagues in the back, but I believe that's up to, we have it broken down, it's 30 hours? 20, oh, there it is, 25 hours total, plus 6 hours of road work.
So it's 25 hours face-to-face?
Yeah, 25 hours.
And 6 hours behind the wheel?
Yes.
Okay. And the kids are between 16 and 18?
16 and 19.
And 19,
Yeah.
okay. And you can handle how many at a time?
200,
200?
yes.
200.
At a time?
at a time. We have several instructors. So
Okay.
they're broken up in different classrooms. There's not 200 kids in one class.
Okay.
There's an average about 20 kids, 25 to a classroom.
Uh-huh. So there would be 8 instructors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Medina?
Sounds great.
My question is, are you currently in any schools?
Yeah, we're in Central High in Orange County.
Central High, okay.
Century High School in Santa Ana, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many students are you servicing there currently?
Right now, this past semester, I think we had about 60 to 70. Last year, we did 200.
Okay, thank you.
You have 2 minutes left, Mr. Ellison. You want to add to this?
No, I can just piggyback on what Mr. Wallace said, how important it is to, right, as you said before.
Need to speak in the mic.
Oh, yeah, as you said before, you have a number of kids with cars driving to and from school already that aren't licensed, and once they get a ticket, it's hard to get out of that system. So we just want to get them behind the wheels the right way, legally on the road.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Appreciate that. So we have a number of comments on LCAP. Most of you have put that item where it's listed on the agenda under 9.0. I do have one request under 7.0, which is public comments. So the board actually will consider the LCAP under 9.0, but I will because it looks like you may want to speak to the board presently before they have the discussion around the LCAP itself. But if you'd rather come back under 9.0, Ms. Thompson, we'd certainly, I'm sorry, I think it is Thompson. You're welcome to come now or when it's on the agenda item at 9.0. What's your pleasure? Come back at 9.0? Okay, fantastic, thank you. So we'll bring you all back, the group of you that want to speak to the board at that time. And then again, I'll call for Ms. Jenny Peterson. Ms. Peterson, you did mention in your note here if we'd like a meeting, be glad to meet. We're happy to do that. Fantastic. Okay. So you're coming now at 7.0? Okay, so we've got, I suppose, everybody who's listed then. Okay, fantastic. So we'll let you put yourselves together in a group as you are pleased.
Hi, I'm Nashay Thompson. I teach in the district. I also have a 6-year-old gifted African-American son who attends school in this district. And so my comment question is twofold. My first one is I was wondering if the Vanguard program could be expanded because to my understanding it's constantly full and I can't get him into it. And I'd like him to have more options than he currently has. And my second concern question is, like I said, he's a black African-American male in this district, and we know that those are one of the lowest performing subgroups. And so I looked through the LCAP plan, and I'd like to know how we're making sure that African-American students are specifically targeted to reap the benefits of this plan.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Medina has a question.
I have a
of you.
clarifying question regarding the Vanguard program. What grade is your son right now?
He's first, second. He's
First and second, okay.
Like I said, he's gifted, so he was going to first grade 3 times a week.
And what school is he going to currently?
Kendall.
Kendall. Okay, and right now the program, the gifted programs are full. Is that what they're telling you right now?
Kendall didn't tell me that, but the district.
The district, yes.
Yes.
Okay, through the gate department. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful family.
Good evening. My name is Devonna Robertson, and I am here with a coalition of concerned parents and community members. We are here tonight to express our appreciation for the district's commitment to equity through the Equity and Targeted Student Achievement Department and the infrastructure already established to support the needs of underperforming students of color and African American students specifically. 3 years ago, the district, with the leadership of Dr. Keenan Mitchell, made a special commitment to close the achievement gap for African American students by commissioning a task force to uncover best practices for the raising for raising student achievement. The district's commitment was solidified with LCFF funding to pilot the African American Learners Initiative to support one of the, lowest achieving subgroups in the district. In doing so, the district became a trailblazer and model for equity in this region and across the state. We know that we are still far from closing the achievement gap for African American students. We know that to achieve equity for the most chronically underperforming subgroups, we must stay the course. Your efforts to embed supports for African American students in every strategy of the LCAP is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Nikki Chambers, and I'm the president of the District African American Advisory Council. And I'm here tonight to acknowledge and thank you for your previous investments and commitments to equity in the district. Your continued investment in closing the achievement gap for African American students, as outlined in the proposed LCAP, is definitely a step in the right direction, and we deeply appreciate this special commitment to equity. We also recognize that a major part of the LCAP is accountability. While funding these initiatives and programs is important and appreciated, it's definitely just a first step in the process. The state of California has established parent involvement as one of the 8 priority areas that the local school district must focus on. But we need to ensure that that involvement is both authentic and meaningful. Parent engagement will not and must not end once the LCAP is submitted to the county school board. The LCAP is a living, fluid document that must be reviewed to ensure that we are seeing results. So with that in mind, I will be requesting a full copy of the LCAP for us to review and really take our time. We know we still have 3 weeks left, but we will be requesting that. Additionally, we will be requesting regularly scheduled opportunities throughout the year to meet, to engage and support the progress made towards those goals set forth in the proposed LCAP. It is important that all of us tasked to reduce the achievement gap with African American students, whether it be district staff, paid contractors, or parent groups, because parents, you are also accountable for the success of our students. We need to be accountable for this, and we need to work together to ensure that happens. We feel like that feedback is not only necessary, but it's beneficial and crucial to the trajectory of the success of all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers.
Good evening, board members. My name is Felicia Jones. I'm a staff member with COPE. I echo what my peers have said about the district's commitment to equity and a specific investment in African American students through the equity and targeted student achievement. This district is indeed a trailblazer, and we are grateful for that. We know that when LCAP happened, this district did something that other districts didn't do. They were courageous in making sure that the needs of African American students were addressed. And the fact that the district is continuing to prioritize African American students in all of the strategies, again, is a step in the right direction. But we are asking that this district continues to stay the course. And staying the course means really making sure that the department that actually oversees the equitable needs of all students, all subgroups, is adequately resourced, and that we're not only looking at LCAP resources, but we're looking at other federal funding and categorical funding, so that we are really investing in equity in a really meaningful way. Staying the course means making sure that there are accountability systems that help us see how we are actually serving the most neediest students in each of the goals that we have outlined in the proposed plan that we see here. We, again, are really grateful to have a district that is committed to equity, but we are sincerely asking that you continue to keep that investment before this district and before this board, so that our most neediest students certainly are served in the most meaningful ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman? Okay.
My name is Linda Hard, Chair, board members. I'm here basically to request that the LCAP be categorically divide it so that we know what each group, which each strategy plan that has set forward is the amount that you had allocated. Strategy 1, Strategy 4, Strategy 6, Strategy 8, and Strategy 9, Goal 2, Strategy 1, and Strategy 2. You have set amounts, but for myself as a parent, it's unclear as to the amount that has been attached to each strategy for each group. So I'm here requesting under the Brown Act that I receive that information along with any other strategy plans. And I'm also requesting where can I have actually access the link? Is it on the website? Okay, for the LCAP. We're also asking for that link as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Ms. Rogers, you wait till the end. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Futch. I'm representing the NAACP today. The question that I have, I do support these organizations and the students and the school district. But the question I have is that I was at the stakeholders meeting a couple of weeks ago, the one they had in the daytime. Board Member Flores was there, and my concern was, are the things that were put down on the wall back there, how are we going to realize whether they've been considered as part of the final document that you're going to be using? And is there going to be any more input? So that is just a question for thought, especially when it's in the daytime. And I know there are not that many parents, not many stakeholders that are available at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fudge. Dr. Flores and Ms. Medina, you want to wait to the end, or you? Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else?
Stay, we want to ask you questions.
Yes, don't leave, we have 4 lights on up here. So if you will, just wait. Okay. Anyone else speaking, Ms. Hart?
No, but you're going to ask a question, correct?
Yeah, and I don't have a
Yeah.
question. I do
Okay,
have a.
let's start with Mr. Tillman.
Thank you all for coming out. As you all know, this is definitely a very important subject. I just want to ask for clarification. Our goal is to make sure we find a way to solve a problem. And I think one of the biggest misnomers about the entire budgeting process is LCAP. And if you look at the law, there is not any money associated with LCAP by law. We got our funding and our additional funding to local control funding formula, which is a good thing. So there's a lot of different areas that we're spending money in to address the need and concern. And I think in the end, it comes back to the community being satisfied that we're doing everything possible to solve the problem. They just had a new report out that says 75% of Black California boys don't meet state reading standards.
African American.
That's what I said.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah. I said black, but Black, African American, they switched, I
I
don't
didn't
know
hear
what
you say
the
black.
term, yeah. But Black boys, that is a problem. So we have to make sure that we're taking the steps to address issues like that. And I think we're doing that. I know when I was in San Diego, and a lot of you guys went to the conference, and I heard the concern. I think Mr. Brown, he's not here tonight. He don't like talking to me. That's probably why he didn't come. I'm just playing. But anyway, I think that that somebody like Mr. Brown is very qualified, but he has to be given the resources to do his job. And it's not hard for us to look to Mr. Brown or Trayvon or whoever it is and to you as community members to make sure that we're giving you the resources necessary to do what we must do. And I feel confident this board is on the same page in making sure that we do that. So I want to thank you for being here and continue to work with us as a partnership. And I got to say, this district should be proud of the fact that we can openly have this discussion. A lot of districts can't have this discussion in terms of dealing with issues within different communities. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. So I commend you all for coming and look forward to working with you and ensuring that we give you the resources needed to solve the problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. And I want to say the same. It has been a difficult and long journey. But what I am grateful to, and to all of you all, is that you're absolutely right, Ms. Jones. You stay in the course. And while we stay the course, we want you to do the same, but we also want to get your input, because as we do this, you are the parent, you're the leaders, you're the community, and we need you to also help us guide and make sure we're placing funding in the right place, we're meeting the specific services that are needed for the youth. And yes, I agree with you. This is something that is historical, and this is something that we can be on the national level map for taking upon such an intense and long ongoing situation that this board, as Mr. Tillman said, and our community want to see. And we want to see it for all of our students. And so we realize that the solutions that we will come up with will be beneficial to all. But at the end of the day, we have to tackle this. We have to be diligent about it. We have to be consistent. We have to be authentic. And we got to have that courageous conversation that we talk about all the time and get to the bottom of what we can do for our students. So again, I applaud you. I appreciate you guys coming. And again, stay with the ship. Continue to help us guide it. And let's continue to have that open dialogue that we are having now so that we can get on the map. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Not that, Ms. Medina, is she going to be last?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be last.
I really appreciate you all coming down. I think it's really important. In terms of being accountable, Ms. Chambers, what you said, we have to be accountable, and we have to put systems in where we're demonstrating progress. And Ms. Hart, I resonate with you, because those are the questions I ask. How much money are in each category, and for what programs, and what are we projecting? Is there enough? If there isn't enough, this board decides, and we're all together, how much more needs to go into those categories, because we want our kids to be successful. I became a literacy person because reading and writing is one yardstick that measures success. The other one is math. And our kids are not proficient. Like the study that came out, 75% of African American boys are not proficient. How many kids in prison, our prisoners are Black and Latino? And the data here says that, they're not, says almost 85% of teenagers in juvenile justice system is functionally illiterate. 7 out of 10 adult prisoners can't read below the 4th grade. And I mean, if our kids aren't reading by 3rd grade, I mean, we should have systems in. And we do have the beginnings of it for beginning literacy and the documentation. It's called the Developmental Reading Assessment, the DRA. And we have that. I've spoken to you, Dr. Marsden, about beginning literacy, and Dr. Hill as well. And Senator Wesso just put in a Senate bill of 494, the Golden State Reading Guarantee Grant Program. They're going to give, and it's already passed the Senate Appropriations Committee, which means they're probably going to fund it. Any district that has a system and a mechanism to account and document the progress of kids is going to get additional funding. So we're poised, my fellow colleagues, we're poised to apply for those grants. Mrs. Ontiveros, you're listening, we're poised to get that money. I helped write that bill. How's that? I helped to write parts of that bill. And so I'm very proud that it's moving along, and we're going to be able to do that. And in our Black and brown boys are not doing well, and we have to invest in them, and we are at a point where we can do that, and we have the expertise. We have, our teachers that are getting involved in all of this, and we have to build their capacity to work with our kids and move them along. So I appreciate you all coming. It's very important. And Ms. Hart, I want to know exactly that too. Where is it? How are we going to account for it? And how much more money do we need to put into those programs? Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Ms. Medina?
As always, thank you so much for coming forward. Honestly, this is something that we've been fighting for even before I was a parent with, of course, Felicia Jones, and making sure that you look at the equity piece. And when you look at equal is not necessarily equitable. And I think that's what we've been trying to fight for, because I know when I've been pushing for funds for African-American students, the pushback was that you have to go by percentages. In reality, you have to look by achievement and the need. And I will continue to work with that. But my frustration, honestly, has to be regarding the amount of money that we're trying to ask for the department. And I know Ms. Rogers has also been requesting that we look at the funding of the department, and that has been somewhat of a frustration, but we will continue that model. But I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward. The other question, the clarifying, did you guys ever receive the budget piece for, or have you guys seen it, or is this, even for the district, is this something that's public, that the community is able to see, the forms that we have currently right now?
Yes.
They do? They can see this?
These are public documents.
We received the summaries that everyone received, but again, I spoke with Diane Holly-Geary actually today, and I just want to say how the categorical department has been amazing in this entire process in putting together the LCAP. And really specifically, whenever I've had a question, they've been quick to respond, quick to give me feedback. So I am personally asking, and I've already talked to Ann, to have them email me a version, a full version of the LCAP to review, so that we can actually see those specific line items and what they are. And then additionally, to speak to your point about funding for the EDSA department, looking at other ways, again, outside of the LCAP, where there are other opportunities and possibilities in terms of other federal funding and categorical programs, to where we can adequately support those programs that our students so desperately need.
Right.
But I want to make a point, and I want it to be very clear to everyone in this room and everyone listening. African American student achievement does not and will not come at the expense of other students. And that's another one of those courageous conversations that we need to have and that we need to understand. We are not asking for anything to be taken away from any other student. But what we are saying is, when our African American students achieve, it changes the school climate, it changes the school culture, so that it's a place where all students can thrive and learn and develop and grow. So make no mistake, we are here in support of these programs because we know it's going to benefit our African American students, but ultimately it benefits our entire school and it benefits our entire community. And we have to stop this either or, us versus them, because it's not an either or. Every single kid in this district deserves to do well and can do well. It's not a choice. We are called to do this. You as board members, us as parents, us as the community, we are called to do this. This is not an either or, and I think we really need to understand it, because that's been a struggle in this community, and it's been an issue within this district. And I stand here with these parents who want our Black students to succeed as much as our Latino students, our white students, our special education students, our foster youth. We want all of our kids to succeed. But when we see that there are deficits and achievement gaps for certain groups, we have to address them. We have to, otherwise we are not doing our job as community leaders.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Well, thanks to all of you for coming in. And my spiel is, I'm in total agreement with you. And Ms. Chambers, you certainly said it best. It's for every student in this district. And there aren't any options. Our kids, not only do we want them, we are going to ensure that they are learners, and including our African American students. Because anytime there's a weak link, we can't do a lot of bragging. And this is a district that will be bragging. So we are going to uplift every student in this district, and we will certainly make every effort. So thanks to all of you, and know that we support you. And two of my babies are out there now, and I can't even give them a hug. So that's hurting me to my heart, but that's okay.
Thank
I'll-
you so much, all of you. Thank
To
you.
the Buffon family.
Thank you.
Take
Nice
care.
meeting you guys.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks again
Appreciate
for
it.
coming in.
Appreciate your comments.
Okay, we ready?
Great. And so we are ready. Those are all the public comments, Dr. Hill.
All right, thank you. And again, I'm going to ask for forgiveness because we know we have someone who's been waiting quite a while to give her report. And if you will, go to page 10, Session 5, Administrative Reports 5.1, Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report. And thank you so much, Ms. Snetten, for being patient with us.
My pleasure, Dr. Hill.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Marsden, Dr. Hill, and board members.
Good evening.
My name is Jane Sneddon, and I'm the current chair of the Measure T and Measure N Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. It is my pleasure to present to you the committee's current annual report. I have been on the committee since June 2012 as one of the business committee representatives. It has been very enlightening to see how the district has made the most of the bond funds to improve the school environment for the children of the district. The committee is required to make a report to the school board and public about the expenditures of the bond proceeds to ensure that the spending conforms to the bond language approved by the voters. I am here this evening to inform the board and public regarding the committee's findings for Measure T and Measure N bonds. The committee has prepared an annual report to highlight our activities for this time period and to certify that the district is in compliance with the requirements of the California Constitution. If people in the audience I saw copies of our report on the table back there, and they're very pretty and very colorful. Our staff does a wonderful job. Specifically, we are certifying that the following 3 requirements have been fulfilled. Proceeds from the bond sales were used only for the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities, including the furnishing and equipping of school facilities, or the acquisition of or lease of real property for school facilities. A list of specific school facilities to be funded by the bond has been prepared. 3, an annual independent performance audit has been prepared to ensure that the funds were expended appropriately for the projects listed. This information was validated by the independent auditing firm of Vavrenek, Trine, Day, and Company in their report submitted for the period ending June 30th, 2016. The committee members thoroughly enjoy their annual bus tour, which allows us to see the activities firsthand. This year's tour took us to the Professional Development Center in its completed stage. Many of the committee members recalled the meeting we held there when it was an empty shell. And so we were really able to appreciate everything that has been accomplished and to the wonderful use it's been put to. The bus tour also allowed us to see firsthand what the students in the STEM and STEAM programs are learning at Bing Wong, Curtis, and Indian Springs. It's remarkable. I wish more people could have been on the tour with us. The Citizens Oversight Committee members and officers wish to thank the board, superintendent, and the staff for their support. They would also like to acknowledge the 34 years of service to John Parker. He was a great mentor and gave the committee members a lot of important information. We appreciate this opportunity to serve the taxpayers of the district and to inform the public regarding the Measure T and Measure N bond funds. It is my pleasure to have served the district in the capacity of a member and the chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Ms. Stedden.
Thank you so much. Board, any questions?
I would like to commend the committee. It's, I don't know if the public knows, this is state requirement, and I think you did it with exception, and greatly commend you, and so that everybody can see this, this is first class.
It is,
Yeah,
and that.
it is, yeah.
We have,
Yeah.
part of our bond money was spent for the most fantastic printing equipment. We
Right.
have, the print department for the school is absolutely wonderful.
Right.
And I see that they have money layered. You have something today for more machines. Let them
Right.
have it.
I not only commend you, but also our staff
Yeah,
who
and-
helped in not just producing this, but all the work that has to be done.
Yeah, I highly recommend that people, there will be vacancies next year. We don't have any right now, but we will have vacancies next year. And I highly recommend people apply, because I'll tell you what, it's a wonderful way to get to know this school district. And I really appreciate the fact that I've had this opportunity. I know a lot more about it than I did.
Yes,
And I know how wonderful a school district it is.
yeah. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tillman?
I just want to thank her for her service. We appreciate it. The audit was great, came back with flying colors, no findings at all. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sneddon, so much. Great report. Okay, we will now go back and try to reorganize. So, Dr. Menares, we are now back to the SELPA 4.2 on page 8.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. So what you have in front of you, Board, or you should have a copy, this is the annual service plan that provides a description of services and programs provided through our special ed department. Yes. It also includes the locations of those programs, it has a budget piece, and it has the personnel report. It's a real high-level view, and it's an annual compliance piece. If you scan through it, you'll see lots of different codes. That's how the state of California monitors the implementation of our programs in our district, ensuring that because we are a single SELPA, that we offer all the various programs that are required. This is the SELPA report, right? So this is ensuring that any student that moves into our district and has an active IEP, that we can provide those services through our single SELPA.
Okay. That was brief. Any questions, anyone? All right. I know
Dr.
that-
Hill,
Dr.
do we
Flores?
just accept it? Do we accept
We will vote as soon as we find out.
afterwards? Okay.
Yeah, in fact, we are going to
You'll
vote
vote
right
during
now.
this.
Oh, we are going to vote? Okay.
Yes,
Do you need a motion?
I do.
So moved.
Second, Danny.
Okay,
What about the questions?
okay, okay, but it's been moved and properly second. Now questions, Ms. Medina?
I was curious, when you look at number 4, which is for the CAC certification program piece of it, is there, I know that I've always asked to make sure that we have parents involved, and it's not really, doesn't really specify, and I know it's probably not part of this process, but how many parents do we have involved in the CAC? Do you know?
Mr. Medina, do you have that number? I'm sorry, I called you Mr. Dominguez.
Yes. We do? Okay.
So 10 to 20.
10 to 20 parents.
Thank
And do we have it where there's a president, vice president, so forth? Yes, we have officers. Okay, perfect, thank you, just wanted to make sure.
Dr. Will?
Dr. Flores?
I just wanted to commend Mr. Dominguez for a very thorough and very comprehensive report. It's excellent, and I know that all of our special ed employees work very hard and to serve our students, so I just want to thank you and commend you on behalf of the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for a great report, and thank you, Mr. Dominguez, and your team for all the hard work. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded, so let's vote. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Gallo leave. Okay, thank you. Okay. From there, let's go to, I think I made a mistake, 5.1. that was the Oversight Committee. We need to vote on that, and we didn't do that. So that was the Oversight Committee Annual Report that was just presented. Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Sneddon's gone, so hope there aren't any questions, so let's vote.
It's not agendized to be voted. It doesn't say be resolved or anything.
Oh,
But yours says
mine says voting, so we don't vote.
Yeah, mine says no voting, but yours says vote.
Okay, that's okay. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. All right. All right, 5.2, Building Fund Financial and Performance Audit Report for fiscal year 2015-16.
So moved.
What, do we need a
Yes.
presentation?
You
So
need
I'd
to
like
press-
to introduce Ms. Shiloh Gorospe from Babernick, Trine and Day to present the audit report to you.
Fantastic. Welcome, Ms. Grosby.
Good evening,
Good
thank
evening.
you. I'll just take a minute of your time and go over the report, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to take any questions at the end as well. So tonight, what we're presenting for you is the annual financial and performance audit as of June 30, 2016 for measures T and N. Of course, an audit always starts with our independent auditor's report, which is page 2 of our audit. That is our opinion on the financial statement. So the first part of this report is the financial audit. This is the opinion on the financial audit. Tells you whether or not your financial statements are materially stated based on our audit. And so this report tonight is an unmodified opinion. That is a clean report, highest level of assurance we can provide you, and it does mean that based on our audit, we believe the financial statements related to measure T and N are fairly stated. We don't just provide you with a financial audit in this report. We do also provide you with a report on internal control. That report begins on page 20. And that report is provided to you to let you know if there are any deficiencies in internal control as a result of our audit. And that is also a clean report, so we're happy to report that we had no internal control findings over the financial reporting for bond funds as a result of our audit.
Thank you.
Now, the bigger piece that I think the community cares about is the performance audit, which follows the financial audit. And that is the part where we go through compliance with the ballot language, whether or not the expenditures were in fact spent in accordance with the voter-approved ballot language. And so that report is then the second part of this. And page 2 of that report is our independent auditor's report on performance. And if you read the very last paragraph, that is where we summarize that the results of our tests did not identify any expenditures that were not compliant. So it is a clean report. And had there been any findings, they are reported at the very, very end on pages 6. So you will see that that does say none reported. So
And we are
just
glad to hear
reiterate that. But that really sums it up. I try to keep that brief for you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Flores?
Yeah, on page 4, where it says total liabilities and fund balance, that's what we have remaining, $53,961,000.
Well, that includes liabilities. And the line right above that is the 51.9 million really represents the available.
Oh, what's
funds.
available.
That's the fund balance. Now,
Okay.
that's as of June 30, 2016, so you're probably in a different place today.
So that's
based
just
on-
of June,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, so as
All
of
right.
today, that number would look differently based on how much.
How
has
much
actually
we've
been
spent.
in the
Okay.
current year.
Okay. And when will that report come?
That report then, about this time next year, so we're really about a year behind in providing that type of information
Okay.
to you. Although your annual report does include these funds as well, and
Right.
so that report comes out in December.
Right.
I'm sure at any point, though, that information is available.
If I ask
Yeah.
what the balance is? Okay,
Yes.
thank you, of capital funds.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Just for clarification, so on both measure T and N, have all the bonds been issued? T is done?
We have about $1 million left in T this year, so
And
it'll be gone
You know what
this
the
year.
total amount was?
Offhand?
Let's see.
We can-
Okay.
Yeah, not offhand.
Of the actual bonds issued.
Right.
For Measure T.
Yeah.
Actually, page 14, I think, probably does a good job providing you a summary. What we actually do, and while the repayment of the bonds doesn't necessarily, is not necessarily encompassed in this, we do give you footnote disclosure on that. And so
it's
pages
200.
14 and 15 really do a good job summarizing the repayment and what's been issued and on those. And so as you can see on page 14, the first schedule there is your Measure T bonds that have been issued and the balances to date on
250 million
repayment.
now.
Yes. And then
That's
page-
of June 30th.
that was
last
as of
year.
June 30th, yes.
Last year.
Yes, yeah. And so if there were any new bonds issued this year,
Right.
that obviously would be reflected in the 2017 report. And then page 15, you'll see Measure N summarized for you. You've
Right.
done about 75 million as of June 30.
Right.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this one we will be voting on.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Let's vote, please.
Ms. Medina?
Thank you so much for your
Where's Mr. Gallo?
presentation. Christian, we're at 6.0 now. I think I've covered everything up to that point. So I know school is out for you, but
Here you are.
here you are. So if you want to give a report, go right ahead.
Yeah, well, this happened I was in bed a few nights ago, and I was listening to a video on YouTube, and it was talking about why many millennials are depressed and sad and not happy. And there was a quote, if I can find it. Okay. Yeah, so this quote says, "The real reason why the world lacks unity and lies in broken heaps is because man is disunited with himself." And that's from Emerson. And I think that can apply to school a lot, because I feel like the end goal of when a person graduates high school, and this is like such perfect timing too, because graduation is occurring right now, and I just heard this quote, but I think the main goal for what I believe for schools is not to produce people that just graduate and they graduated for the sake of, or they graduated through, just going through the school system and, regurgitating and memorizing facts, passing a test. But that diploma that they get doesn't really, or that diploma doesn't necessarily mean that that they're thinkers and that they're innovators and that they're strong-willed and that they have determination and then that they have dreams, That doesn't assure us that we produce people like that. And I think that's what the world needs. We need people that are driven and that have motivation and that they have a purpose in life. And I think school is like the perfect place to have that type of environment where we push kids to chase their dreams instead of chasing that A on a test. And those are just thoughts that's been lingering in my mind lately, and I think the world would benefit from that. And I think we'd do the world a disservice if we know our potential as a school, but we don't take advantage of that. And I think that we do a disservice to everyone if we don't push in that direction. And yeah, that's all I have.
Great
Great
comments.
information, Christian. Let's give him a round of applause. Appreciate the comment. Thank you so much.
Christian was explaining over his break, he's going to do a little base jumping, so tell us how that goes. It should be fun.
I'll be happy to give you some advice.
Just say no thank you. Just say no thank you, Christian. Okay, session 8.0.
Yes.
Administrative presentation, 8.1, family engagement strategic plan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Hill, and we're excited to present this family engagement strategic plan, and Dr. Monetis will provide you the overview of that plan that the steering committee has produced.
So I'm just waiting for, excuse me, for Mr. Ramirez and some of the community partners to walk up. So, Mr. Ramirez, here's the clicker. So this is just a very quick administrative presentation where we are with the request for the strategic plan that the board asked. I want to say it was in April, maybe it was late March, where there was a request to have this ready in conjunction with the LCAP. And so Mr. Ramirez has been working with a variety of stakeholders, parents, community partners, some administrators, and other community resource workers, people who work with our parents and in our community, to pull together a strategic plan for family engagement. And under the board's direction, the plan will be a 3-year plan so that it's in alignment with the LCAP. So this is, again, a very high-level view. So the outcomes for tonight is just to provide a brief update on the family engagement plan and to hear from some key partners. There's been quite a few people who have participated. Mr. Ramirez has pulled a few together just to share what their thoughts have been in the process and the work and where they think that this will be going for the district. And again, the whole purpose is this idea of authentic parent engagement, right? So here is a visual for you. The Family Engagement Strategic Plan, which will be coming to the board in July for a final approval, will have 9 strategies. And so if you look on your presentation, and Mr. Ramirez and his team will talk more about the strategies and the process. But you see that there are 9 in total. But I want to focus you in on strategy 8, because while this is going on, while this work is happening, we also have a group of parents that have come to the board a few times and talked about the potential for a centralized enrollment center or a hub or a centralized enrollment/resource center or whatever it may end up being called. And as you know, there was a survey that was done, and we have some great data that we're going to be able to share with the board. We are pulling a group which includes some of the same people from the steering committee, but a group of stakeholders that are being identified through our advisory parent committees, and some cabinet members, some district-level staff. And we will be meeting on June 19th to start talking about what's this wish list of what would be included in that hub, for lack of a better word right now, because we don't really have it defined yet. And so that's a piece of this strategic plan. It doesn't sit separately, and so we wanted the board to see that there's a connection. But the strategic plan is much more than this potential centralized enrollment, which again would be an option for families, which would be offering many of the same services that are embedded in the strategic plan. But again, it's just a small piece of a larger picture of the entire family engagement strategic plan. So we'll come forward with more information on that. Again, we're meeting with them on June 19th to start the process, and we anticipate quite a few meetings along the way before we get to that final piece, and we'll be coming back and forth with the board to give you updates on that. So without further ado now, Mr. Ramirez and his team, if you would just share with the board where you've been and where you're going. Thank you.
Ms. Medina has a quick question before you continue.
It's really quick. And so if you notice in that chart, it shows strategy 8 as yellow. So is that as a priority piece? Is that why it's a different color, or is there a reason why?
It is to help just to bring attention to it, that this is a piece of the bigger pie, if you will.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure if that was the reason why it was a different color.
No, because the whole plan needs to work together and in conjunction. We just didn't, we want the board and the community to see that we're trying to pull it all together versus living in separate pieces.
Okay. Thank you.
So good evening, board, Dr. Marsden, cabinet. Thank you for having us here to share what we've been up to in the last couple of months in terms of the strategic plan process. What we have up here on the slide is a visual description of what our strategic planning process has been up to this point. What we've tried to live up to. If you see the first section of the graph to the left, the strategic plan really has been dreamt up, thought through a steering committee. Our steering committee is comprised of about 70 stakeholders who have come in and touched this plan in one way or another. Of the 70 or so stakeholders, roughly 45 of them have been parents from our district, and the rest being community partners, district staff, and folks that work with us in that capacity. The steering committee's main job was to craft the big picture items of what is important in terms of family engagement for our district. What are the areas of focus? Those big picture items were then taken to subcommittees, and the subcommittees met and fleshed out more of an action action process for each of the strategies. Many meetings went into this process. As you can see, there are 9 strategies within the family engagement plan, and those were all thought through and have been developed and sequenced. Those strategy plans were then brought back to the steering committee for review and additional feedback. And that's where we're at right now. We just had a couple of steering committee sessions, and a lot of feedback was given to those plans, and we're in the process of incorporating that feedback into the strategy plans right now. The process has been fantastic for me. I've gotten to know a lot of our members a lot better. And every time I'm in one of those meetings, it just makes me realize how much better and more robust our approaches are when we have a lot of people involved in thinking through it. And so I'm grateful to them. But really what we wanted you to hear from today is some of our partners that have been a part of this process and can give their own perspectives about it. So without any further ado, I will call some of them up here tonight. I would like to start with Mr. Ryan Berryman, who is a volunteer in our district working at Emerton, Boniol, and San Gorgonio, and has a real passion for getting fathers involved in the educational process and engaged in their children's educational outcomes.
Thank you. Board, Dr. Morrison, Cabinet. Yes, my name is Ryan Berryman. I am retired from the county after 20 years, Children and Family Services. I worked there and thought I was going to retire. Anyhow, I volunteer my time again, as Mr. Ramirez said, I volunteer my time at Arrington School. I go in, I read to the children, read books such as Responsibility and Respect, Safety, character building books, and do the same thing at Boniol as well. Also, since I retired or semi-retired, I developed a nonprofit organization, San Bernardino Fatherhood. San Bernardino Fatherhood is a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization that is dedicated to strengthening families and children by promoting responsible father involvement. San Bernardino Fatherhood mission is to eliminate fatherlessness in San Bernardino by promoting a culture of father inclusion and responsible fatherhood in our communities. During this time of participating in these committees, I participated in primarily 2 committees. One of them was the Cultural Relevant Communication Committee, and few of the ideals and comments that came from this committee is that the families of our children are multi-diverse with regards to race, ethnicity, gender, culture, and home composition as well. Therefore, in order to better serve and communicate with our families, for our students, our schools must utilize every viable means of technology, resources, methods, and tools available to them. We recognize within this committee that effective communication with our parents is crucial. I also, within this committee, recognize the importance of the value of diversity of others, and recognize that each individual and family member has something positive to bring to the table with regards to our students. So that was just one thing, or a few things that I was able to obtain from that committee. The other committee that I participated in was the Family University Leadership Steering Committee. Few of the goals that were mentioned in this committee, just a few of them, was the importance of having a group of parents that is adequately trained and dedicated to being parent leaders. Also, to increase the number of fathers and father figures involved in our children's education. You know, research tells us that when we have fathers involved, children, they just tend to do better in all aspects, even in the educational arena. Also, one of the things that came out of this particular committee was that the importance of families collaborating with schools and creating warm and friendly learning environments for our students. And also, last but not least, to create a mentoring program that are available to supporting families throughout the children's educational experiences. Those are just some of the few things that I was able to gather from these committees. And I really would like to thank Mr. Ramirez as well, because he did an awesome job in organizing, bringing everyone together, and just staying on top of it. And he's been really a great leader. And that's all I had. Thank you.
It's fantastic. And Mr. Berryman, pleasure to meet you, sir. It's fantastic.
Thank you. I see two lights, Ms. Rogers. Did you?
No, but he's not done yet.
Well, no, but I'm just looking, and same with you and Mr. Tillman.
I just have in the past, it's been kind of a hot topic, and I know we have a large group of people that are concerned about the Family Engagement Center and that type of thing. Were they invited?
Yes. So we've tried to be as inclusive as possible with all of these sessions. Mr. Berryman is actually very humble. He's been quite a trooper participating.
No, I'm not talking about the sessions. Were they invited tonight?
To come to the
board meeting.
To the board meeting?
Uh-huh.
Yes, we did put the invitation out to the entire steering committee.
Okay, thank you.
We do have some of them here. I would like to call up Tina Pruna. She is one of our community partners from Loma Linda University.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm happy to be here and share my experience with the Family Engagement Steering Committee. I often get asked to sit on different committees, both at Loma Linda and elsewhere in the community, and I've been really pleasantly surprised at how quickly this whole process has moved from when I was invited to when the follow-up was and we originally met. I was a bit taken aback at the amount of follow-through and preparation that was actually accomplished, and the thought that was put behind each and every single meeting. As Mr. Ramirez mentioned, there was about 70 individuals that have been a part of this, and that's quite a large number, but never did I feel that my voice wasn't heard or that the community's voice wasn't heard. It was very engaging, and Mr. Ramirez and his staff did a wonderful job to make sure that every voice, every community member, whether it be a parent, community member, partner like myself, or teachers, that we were all able to connect with each other. And I feel that after the 2-month process that there definitely was triangulation, voices were heard, concerns were being met, and I was very surprised every time we went to a meeting, which I believe was about every 2 weeks or so, 2 or 3 weeks, just the amount of progress and work that had been done in between our sessions. Unfortunately, I was only able to be a part of the steering committee and not the subcommittees, but the chart, I believe the previous slide that mentioned the progress, the steering committee, big picture, that I can testify that that legitimately happened. The subcommittee did wonderful work in tying in our suggestions and feedback, and then the next session we would come back and see a cleaner product. So this is encouraging for Loma Linda. We have, me in particular, I coordinate our community outreach office, and we work a lot with your schools. And so it has been great to see a little bit more in-depth planning on how we can be involved in a meaningful way, not just us doing our own agenda, but really seeing how can we strengthen the family engagement centers and make a bigger impact in the community. So I have very much enjoyed the process, and I'm happy to be a partner with Mr. Ramirez and the rest of his wonderful team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
And then next, Ms. Ashley Vitas Alcala. I would like to call her up. She's actually speaking for Barbara Pastachek, who has been intimately involved with this process, along with several other of our teachers from the district.
Thank you, Aldo. Barbara was not able to be here tonight, so she wanted me to share with you that this was a great opportunity for parents, students, teachers, staff, and also our community partners to provide input on implementing effective methods for family engagement. And so we would just like to personally thank Alda Ramirez for including our members in this collaboration. Through her work with, I'm not sure if this was a subcommittee or the steering committee that she was a part of, the message that seemed to come through was that everyone agreed that a centralized location for a family enrollment center is needed without displacing other departments. Individual centers at school sites, programs, services, and provision of information to all district participants need to expand and continue as they are in the beginning stages now. And they felt that we have enough experts and talent within our own district to help implement this family engagement plan without the need of hiring outside experts. And they really appreciated the opportunity to give immediate feedback about strategies in the meetings and through the subcommittees with QR codes in their email systems. So we feel that the family engagement section of education is one of the most important projects that we can focus and grow, and we look forward to our continued collaboration on this committee. Thanks. And we had members from high schools, elementary schools, and I believe middle schools that participated. Even though the timeline was very short, we were able to pull some individuals to participate in most of the meetings.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. We had one more member, but it appears that he wasn't able to make it. Mar Serna from the county was going to come and speak. But I don't, he probably couldn't make it. I do know he signed up for the next 3 working groups that we have coming up based on the plan, so he's very excited about this work. And maybe he can come and speak the next time we're up here in front of all of you. So just wanted to read aloud what the 9 strategies that have come out of this work are for you. So strategy 1 is a plan around supporting schools and departments on the family engagement that they do. Strategy 2 is having culturally relevant strategies, staff development for our staff, community, and our families. Strategy 3 is a district-wide culturally responsive communication strategy so that we can communicate our information better to our families in a way that is responsive to their needs and their expectations. Strategy 4 is a family engagement evaluation system. So a way for us to take a look at how we are doing on a yearly basis in terms of family engagement, how our schools are doing, how our district is doing, and how our departments are doing. We had put, at the suggestion of Mr. Tillman, an RFP to work with an organization to be able to do this. We had a meeting last Friday through our fiscal department, arranged for us to have presentations with vendors. We're very excited. The committee selected or recommended a vendor who is offering to help us get the perspective of our parents, get the perspective of our students in terms of family engagement and how we're doing, and to get the perspective of our staff. So getting feedback from everybody who's involved in family engagement. And that was very exciting to have that opportunity to have that presentation for us. Strategy 5 is to continue and expand and strengthen the family engagement centers. Strategy 6 is to expand the leadership component of the family university. Wait, I'm sorry, the family university and continued implementation in terms of that. And then strategy 7 is to focus in on the leadership component of the family university. And then strategy 8, as Dr. Monades mentioned, is the centralized services and enrollment hub process. And then strategy 9 is to develop a strategic contracting process so that we are being proactive in who we contract with so that it aligns and pushes the San Bernardino community's vision and needs in terms of family engagement moving on and going forward. So that's the end of our presentation, and we'd be happy to entertain any questions or answer any questions you may have.
Sure, Ms. Rogers?
Thank you for your presentation. Just a few questions, and I know this is in the very beginning stage, but I guess my first question is the anticipation to have this done in phases? That's my first question.
So it's a 3-year plan, and it's extensive, so yes, we are definitely.
But will you be able to show, okay, this coming July or August, when we get there, we're gonna say, okay, this is what we're doing. This is the beginning of it, and this is, kind of how we're tracking.
So we will have a work plan at the end of the document that specifies by month which sections of the strategic plan we intend to work on, and it'll be progressive. So you can see the like strategy 2.11 June, strategy 2.12 July. And it kind of goes along with the time of the year. A lot of this is time sensitive. Some of it should happen certain times of the year for it to be most effective. So yes, we will have that.
And the reason why I say that, because as a parent, right now we're in the crux of getting this really started. And I don't see the parents, as Mr. Tillman mentioned, and I'm sure they've been showing up or whatnot. But again, we definitely don't want more of the same just because we had meetings and they were there. Is their input really being valued, and when do they really begin to see some meat or some teeth to say, okay, we're going to have at the beginning of the school year, there's going to be a kickoff for parents to come together and get some of this information and know what direction we're going. And one of the reasons why I say that is I always think back to the introduction to the community engagement plan. It was like citywide. Like, there was nobody in the city that didn't know that we were doing this work and bringing them together in the room and constantly having these conversations. That's what I foresee this for the parents, in order for the parents to get motivated, in order to, know where we are, other than just we're in the room, we're talking, we're having this conversation, and we're going to get to this. I really would like to see something as soon as at the beginning of the year that says, here's where we are. I'm not saying from A to Z, but something that is really different from what we are showing or displaying right now. My other question was, you mentioned that there was RFPs put out as well, and that was to support and do some outreach, help us with some outreach? Is that what that piece was?
No, just one RFP. And this was related back to when we were submitting a contract for Gallup to do our family engagement assessment system. And Mr. Tillman recommended that we send that through the RFP process. So that has been done.
So how does that apply to this? I guess was my question.
So it actually goes right into the family engagement evaluation system strategy number 4.
Okay.
So the folks working on presenting on that RFP are actually helping us
So that's
design.
some work that's being done currently right now? is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And I remember that, but when you said it, I thought, okay, did we go and put an RFP out so someone can help us try to garner our parents but no, you're
So-
talking about this survey piece.
And depending on what comes out of Strategy 9, which is the strategic contracting process, we might be, at the recommendation of our community, focusing in on some areas where we would put some sort of an RFP or a call for proposals to help us as a district make faster progress in some of these areas.
And are these strategies in order or no? Should I assume that these are kind of the order we're looking to go in, or no?
Okay, I'm gonna dive into, they are kind of in an order conceptually. So like the first 4 are the things that are support and related to schools and departments. And then 5 through 9 are those services that we're kind of handling as a central office and doing centrally as direct services to the families from our own office.
And then my last question is, did I hear you say somewhere in there that the parents did respond on wanting to have the continued hubs on campus? They're gonna, they did want to keep that as
Yes.
well. In addition to, I know we're looking at something else, but they were supportive of
Yes.
having those hubs. All right,
Yes.
those are all my questions for now.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hill. Thanks, Aldo, for your presentation. My questions are on the line of maybe an incremental deployment strategy here and implementation schedule. And, I heard the top-level 3-year strategic plan. I would imagine that is to bring something to fruition and conclusion and implementation over 3 years. And then I would imagine there's an incremental implementation strategy for each one of these. I'd just be curious as to, are we setting milestones? Are we setting achievement objectives and those types of project management disciplines to see something actually get deployed?
So we're not quite to that level of detail yet, but we have laid this out in a chronological sequence. What we need to do next is then establish what the milestones would look like.
Right.
The intention is also to have a quarterly update with the entire steering committee on on the progress with each of these strategies based on that timeline that we have developed up to this point.
Well, and that'd be great. I think, introducing the kinds of project management disciplines in this would at least establish those milestones, even to establish achievement milestones on this. And I'd just recommend doing that sooner than later.
Thank you. We will work on that this couple of weeks.
Okay. Ms. Medina?
Yes, I wanted to find out with regarding the centralized services and enrollment hub. I know we've had conversations where there was looking at different facilities. What is the update on that one right now? Because I know I haven't heard anything recently to find out, because we're looking at the budget as well, and we have to be aligned with the budget to make sure that we have sufficient funding for that, so.
So that is the June 19th meeting that we are, that we will be having, yes. So
Okay.
we have co-created the agenda with our 2 parent leads that came and presented to the board, and the board is invited to that. That's June 19th at 5:30 at the PDC. And again, that's what I was referring to previously, that's the first of multiple meetings where we'll be honing in specifically on Strategy 8.
Now, will it conflict, because the thing is that we have a budget deadline, don't we? By when is the budget deadline?
We can always make amendments to the budget.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
That was my question too, Dr. Marsden, in terms of, when will we get an update regarding not just the progress of the enrollment hub, but set deadlines as to where we're going. And I know we're going to get input from the parents and so forth, but I do know that they've been meeting and had meetings with you.
Yes.
And so in terms of, just getting insight into being more concrete instead of just keeping to talking. I would like to see concrete, timelines as to when we're going to do this, and the costs, and the budget, and so forth.
You bet. And so June 19, again, just as a reminder, will be flown as a public meeting, so the board
Okay.
is able to attend that, and you'll be able to see and discuss that process. So this was
Right.
the date that the committee that
Could meet.
came before the board that could meet. Yeah, that was
Okay.
the next available time.
Well, I plan to be there, so,
Yeah, and what time was that, Dale?
I think 5:30.
At 5:30.
Professional Development
Okay.
Center, yeah.
all right.
Thank you. And you do have 2 or 3 parents here, and they have patiently been here since 5:30. If you would like, I hope you would invite them to come up to share if they have some new stuff to share with us.
Miss Angela Shaw, who is a parent of Riley College Prep Academy, a rec aide at Riley College Prep Academy, currently participating in our community health and education worker program, graduating tomorrow, which I will be at. She's been an integral part of this process.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here to represent our parent engagement centers. As you know, we've been working really hard to get this put together. Of course, our CHOOs are coming in. We're going to be helping out with this process as much as we possibly can. I was a part of that steering committee on Friday. It was an awesome meeting, and the people that we have chosen, we feel that is going to help our community, our school district, so we can look appropriately at everything that we want to do within our district, even not just for our family engagement, but for our students, for our parents, and for our community in broken down pieces. You will love these people when you see what they're going to do for us. You're going to love what they're going to help us be able to have a wider picture all the way down to a teeny tiny picture. So I know it'll be perfect for what we're working on, and we'll be able to more strategically plan out everything within our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what about our other parents back there? Well, I think all 3 of you should stand. They are part of the first graduating class from Gateway, the Loma Linda Gateway College.
All right.
Congratulations.
We have 4.
Oh, you have 4 who are graduating. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
So in just a little bit of background with that program, we're hoping that next year these folks that have gone through this program, the first part which is the health worker, that's what they're graduating from tomorrow. Right now they're going through the educational side of the house in terms of that, so there'll be community health and education workers, which is I think we're pioneers in the nation. There really is no other model. And with their support, we're going to strive to reach into the community, going to the communities, to the homes in the community, to the local centers in the community to establish the relationships at that location. So we're very excited about this project.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, and the rest of the team. Great presentation. To our partners, we need you, so don't retire yet, and continue working with us. Ashley, we appreciate the support of your department, and to our parents and everyone else. Cabinet, thank you very much. And thank you so much, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you all for your support.
Did you want to come in?
Yeah, just echoing Dr. Hill's comments to everybody, your leadership in our community, all of you, and your investment is so appreciated. Aldo, thank you for your just consistent leadership and organization. Dr. Ramirez, thank you for your leadership on this topic as well. And I know even Ginger works closely on this topic, so thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thanks again. Session 9, 9.0, student achievement. 9.1, public hearing, local control, and accountability plan.
So Dr. Mitchell's out ill tonight, so we are so grateful that his team has stepped up to conduct the presentation for him this evening. So we welcome Mr. Komnick. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
And good to see you in Sacramento the other day. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Comnick, as you know, makes trips to Sacramento quite frequently on our behalf. And so we appreciate your taking the time to present today, the both of you, your report tonight.
And thank you. And good evening to President Ms. Hill, Superintendent
Good evening.
Marsden, board members, cabinet members, and our stakeholders. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you to provide the public hearing portion of our LCAP journey that includes the 16-17 annual update as well as the 2017-2020 proposed LCAP plan for our local control and accountability plan. The agenda tonight really is threefold. We're looking at this as being our official public hearing of the 2017-2020 LCAP. We look at it as an annual update to our LCAP of 2016-17 and review the 2017-2020 LCAP goals, proposed expenditures that are contained within the draft plan. Under the Education Code of 52062, B1, that is the language that requires the district to, or all districts, to go through a public hearing so that we can solicit the recommendation and comments of the public, which includes our board, our cabinet, and of course our stakeholders. These next couple slides have been very present in our presentations over the year. The Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP plan, is not a standalone, isolated plan. It is a cohesive part of the overall plan of the district, and that's the Community Engagement Plan. So this Local Control and Accountability Plan embeds itself nicely within the Community Engagement Plan. And if you look at the very bottom of this, you'll see also our school plans, our single plans for student achievement. So from the school level to the central level across the district, it is a one-focused plan. The LCAP process is clearly that. It is a process. It is not something that is done one time, nor is it something that we visit one time in a given part of the year. What this diagram is showing is that it is really a needs-based, and I believe Board Member Medina noted that it is truly a needs-based funding source. Low control funding formula drives ourselves on goals. What are our identified needs? We collect the input of our stakeholders. We develop those strategies, activities, and services, and we monitor that. That came out loud and clear earlier in our public comment by some of our stakeholders, and Board Member Dr. Flores mentioned that accountability piece. And it is a continuous improvement model. We're not there yet. We are making strides. One could argue big strides, but we're not satisfied where we are yet. And we will continue to work towards our goal for all student groups, all student groups. The engagement process has included multiple venues, multiple stakeholders over a cross-section of time. And this graphic that you've seen in the past really captures a majority of the meetings that we've held throughout the year and with which groups. The one thing to really point out on the right side of this is Dr. Marsden's leadership in bringing that student voice front and center. That is such a powerful lens for us to bring to focus, to help us really hone in on those needs that we may not be able to see sitting in the desk at a school. So those students and the three members that are on this board really bring an experience and a load of knowledge from their perspective. And I think that's the key thing for us to focus on. Notice the concentric circles going on at the outer and the inner level to show the connection between the district and the schools. It's not a top-down approach. This is an interactive approach where we have a cross-section of meetings that engage stakeholders at the district level who also go back to the site level through the school site council, through the English Learner Advisory Committee, through the African American Parent Advisory Group, that keeps us connected both on the outside and on the inside, if you will, of our schools. The goals are threefold: academic achievement, school climate, and campus environment, and the student-parent community aspect or component. Each of the elements or the goals that you see here embed the community engagement plan. They embed the desires of the strategies and outcomes of that plan, but also include not only our key performance indicators, our KPIs, but the state and local indicators as well. So this is a very comprehensive, very inclusive set of goals for us to work towards. The 2014-17 line item alignment with the 2017-20 LCAP goals, we are just finishing a 3-year cycle of LCAP. We are entering a new 3-year cycle of LCAP. It is not a startup LCAP, if you will. It is a continuation of key elements, of key line items that are embedded within the 2017-2020 LCAP goals and are aligned with the input-driven strategy. So this is input-driven. This is input that we've received from those multitude of meetings that I spoke of earlier that helped us create and design the strategies and the plan as we move into 17-20. The proposed funding for the 17-20 strategy includes existing ongoing costs. These might include our staff costs that have, for example, our counselors that have continued on and have brought support to schools across the district. It also allows for the regular monitoring throughout the LCAP annual update process. And again, that came out loud and clear, that accountability piece, with 2017-18 approaching and the California dashboards coming online with local benchmarks. I agree with Ms. Chambers, who spoke earlier about the need for regular updates, and we plan to do that through our DAC, our District Advisory Committee Council, our DLAC, our District English Learner Advisory Council, as well as our District African American Council, to be a standing agenda item throughout the year and provide periodic updates on the LCAP and the funding, so it's complete transparency. Additionally, the proposed 17-20 LCAP includes continued investments in programs supporting all students, but specifically low-income, foster youth, English learners, African American, Hispanic, Latino, and programs like GATE, Special Education, AVID, and VAPA. Continued investments in professional development for teachers in areas of academics, cultural proficiency, English language development, and also social-emotional learning. And to go back to our student advisory meetings that we had, the 3 that we've held this year, one of the most powerful messages from those students was that social-emotional learning piece of it, that relationship, the rapport that they have with staff to open that door so that academics and achievement can occur. The continued investments in programs such as the Chromebook Initiative, CAPS, after-school program, before-school programming, the arts with VAPA strategic plan, and the athletic strategic plan help students connect to feel part of a campus and ingrained in the fabric of that campus and the district as a whole, as well as continued investments in college career-linked learning. With that, the next steps we have is of course, this, tonight's public hearing for comment from yourselves and the stakeholders still present. We also have coming out soon is the superintendent's letter addressing the input received from our parent advisory group meeting that was held on May 24th. And then tentative date of board approval of the LCAP is June 27th, 2017.
And Mr. Comnick, just to clarify, then, any additional recommendations or comments made, even at tonight's meeting or up until that point, are answered then through this letter that will be coming from you. Is that accurate?
So, sir, the letter that is coming specifically addresses that meeting and the input that we received from that meeting. There was, I believe Dr. Flores was present. There was multiple opportunities to speak, either verbal, writing, on our posters. We also had slips that they could sign, and we also had opportunity to verbally express their inputs. Those were all collected and collated.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you so much. The input that you're going to give in the superintendent's letter, are there going to be further recommendations then?
Yes.
Based on those input from the community?
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Flores, the input that we received very much aligns to the input that we had received up until that point.
Okay.
But it's really accentuated or accented in the actual letter.
Okay, so it is, okay, so, and I know I've continuously asked, and I really appreciate the sorting of the LCAP and by category and by funds and so forth. And so I just wanted to tell my colleagues on the board that we should look at that and decide, how much money we want to additionally give, given the public's input, the community's input. So I think we need to do that. And I don't know if we do that on the 27th, or if we're going to get, Dr. Morrison, if we're going to get a prior, instead of getting it that night, I would request that we get it as soon as possible, so that we can also study it ourselves and just see if it's aligned with also the board priorities as well.
Yes,
I mean, which of course would be aligned with our community and so forth. Sure. And also, I'm really happy to see 1 through 4. And I really do want us to be successful. And, given what the parents said earlier about equity and making sure that we fund programs that we have in place and they become successful. I know we're doing well in our AVID and moving on our special ed. Could be better in our GAID and with our African American, our English learners, our foster youth, our Latino kids, our VAPA. I think I'd like to see us do more in VAPA as well. Surely the social emotional learning and English language development, we need to do more as well. And also in the cultural proficiency and, of course, academics. I think we're really strong in our Chromebooks and also in our strategic, athletic strategic plan. We're making headways, and also in CAPS. VAPA is still, I think, really central, given what the drumline said tonight. Maybe we can add additional money and figure out, how to resolve their issues. I really want us to do well in the college career link learning and connect ed. I think I recommended this to Dr. Marsden, that our coordinators at each of our sites propose a budget and what is it that they need right now to be successful. And so I don't know if you've requested that or not.
I have not, but
You have not.
I can follow up with that.
Right, because they know, they're on the ground, and they know exactly what they need. And I hope we make it a priority so that, we support, well, ultimately the kids, but the teachers that are running these programs, so that they, for example, if a coordinator is a coordinator, can't be teaching and also coordinating. They should be coordinating and doing that. And I think, I don't know if we have teachers who also are coordinating and we haven't grown, but I would like to see that coordinators just coordinate. And, and provide the teachers the necessary resources that they need, and also the kids. And then, what else? I don't know if we have plans to expand AVID. I hope we do. Okay, that's it. But I thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
I also want to thank you and Ms. Christakos for the other day for providing all that information. You all got those very specific things that I requested, board members, so I wanted to personally thank you for spending an hour and a half and going through all of that. That really helped me a lot.
Absolutely.
To understand the allocation of the funds. That's what the parents were asking.
Yes,
Where are the funds at?
Yes, ma'am.
And so forth. So I think we need to give them privy to that as well.
Absolutely.
It's not hard to do, it's just one page.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
On the, because there's a couple of additional things that we did receive in reference to LCAP. So is this part of the presentation as well as the breakdown of this other longer sheet, or are those
Right.
all together?
Yeah,
This is?
Yeah, this is kind of a summary of
Okay.
the 126-page plan.
Okay.
And then this is a breakdown.
Because I noticed, and we've seen this several times, and
Yes,
it
ma'am.
keeps getting adjusted, I know that. And we've asked, like, in some cases here, it shows to be determined. And I think that's the question, because that's the question that the community keeps asking Dr. Flores. We're all saying the same thing, because when we look over here at certain numbers, if you look at the number specifically to see if it's going into a category that you're concerned about, we see the same number that we saw last time. Yet we're saying we're going to put more emphasis, more dollars into certain places. So before I get into all the details of it, is that what we're going to expect to see either before the final budget, or, because I've seen this like so many times, but it's not broken down enough. It's still in a lump sum category. So when the community asks the question, what's going here, that's the same thing they were asking tonight. This form, even this new longer form that we received that's kind of broken down, it's kind of more of the same of what we knew before, but that was from the previous year. So when will we see the updated current breakdown? This is our new efforts to put towards the specific services that we're asking for.
I believe, Ms. Rogers, that it's a twofold response. One is I know Dr. Flores has mentioned that the board will help in determining those. And the to be determined also was left for the discussion and the collaboration between the department leads and the stakeholders to develop basically an action plan to designate those dollars.
So what was the purpose of this one then? For example, I'll give you the most asked question. Item number 7, $488,000 and $20. Yeah, it's still the $20. We see that every time. So when the community says, okay, we're going to support the EDS department, or I don't know where to point to that so that I can help them understand there is additional allocations that's going to be supporting that department, just to list that one. And that's the conflict for me, because I keep seeing this. We saw it long, we saw it consolidated, but it's the same numbers. It's not new, but then over here, I'll see these larger lump sum numbers, and there's some categories that have been added, but it's still to be determined. So I know we're going to have our input, but the input that we've even given is still not even reflected. So that becomes the conflict with the community. We're saying, yes, we are allocating more dollars. We have tons of dollars, and we're going to do all these wonderful things, but we get this exact same form again, and it doesn't spell out anything different. Only difference this time is kind of the to be determineds are all over the place, but we're not even capturing what we've been saying for the last several meetings, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Rogers. A lot of the LCAP priorities are it's the same budget, the same rollover budget as we are at near our target in funding. There will be some carryover that could be used for one-time items. You know, we can't buy people, but we could do training and extra duty and other type services for these different areas. And we want to look at that over the summer as the books are getting ready to close so that we know where to allocate the carryover. But the general LCAP priorities have basically remained the same in each of the line
So when we spoke to the community earlier and say, we're going to support ESSA department better, where is that funding going to come from? Where might I refer to that when they ask me this question?
And so I know there's also federal dollars aligned with that budget, and so there are other resources that are aligned, you know, supporting that budget, as well as many of our budgets. And so and we also have a lot of carryover related to LCAP.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so it was
Saw that.
mostly, a big chunk of our carryover is LCAP. So those are type of investments that we can make in one-time items. And then we're kind of in cost containment.
And so when you say one time, because that's another problem, is that some of this work that we're speaking about is not to just be a one-time. We're trying to embed this into the work that we do district-wide. We
So
did it in
investments-
pockets before,
Sure.
out of LCAP. Now we're 3 years past that, and it cannot be a pilot anymore. It has to be something that we said, okay, we learned from it, we're taking money from wherever we need to take it to get that done. Now, that's the message that kind of went to them again. That's the message that we keep telling them. But then again, you know, we're still not, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel confident in what I'm hearing, because then we're saying, okay, maybe at one time, we may pull it here or there. That's the question that I'm looking for. So whenever we get to that point, wherever that's going to be, and I don't know if that's just going to end up being a very long night, I'm trying to get that out prior to that night where we're going to sit there and then make all these decisions, and then perhaps the community is saying, that's not the message we were saying, you know, when we get there.
And so we want to make sure the investments are getting us what we need, and we can make decisions with the one-time dollars, and then we can look at where should we shift? Where maybe we putting dollars that we could better be served in other areas, so.
Danny, could I? For you? That's why I asked for this report, so that we could see which categories we had money left in, so that we can carry over. So actually, we have more money. And when she says one-time money, she means that it's not going to be, it'll be additional, right, for this time, because it's going to be carryover. But there's lots of money that's available. This is LCAP, but we have other monies. We have federal dollars, we have, right, Title I, we have Title III, and we haven't done that. And there's even more money that's not designated for LCAP. This is just one little tiny budget. This is only 47 million, that's it. But there's our whole other budget, how much is it? Like 100 or 300 and, what is it?
The entire,
Yeah.
just the concentration supplemental.
This concentration.
The entire budget is about $630 million.
Right,
About
630
130 million roughly for the concentration supplemental.
for the concentration supplemental, but then the entire LCFF?
Right, that goes to what Mr. Tillman said.
Right, exactly.
So the entire
So-
budget's about 640, 650.
Right.
CFF is about 500.
Right, so we, the board, are the ultimate deciders, so that's what we do.
Well, and
Well,
we
we have
are.
4 votes, yeah.
And we are.
Yeah, right.
Mr.
Okay,
doing
thank you,
that.
Danny.
You know, I still think, just for the record, I think we get confused about the whole, LCAP is one thing, but when they start talking about LCAP funding, there isn't any funding designated by law for LCAP. It's just the board making priorities and deciding to fund it. But, so the board did a couple of things. One, the new LCAP items that we talked about, and on that list for about 40-something million dollars, those were key things that we said. But then we looked at it and said, there are other things that can be that we're spending money on already that can qualify. You guys listen to this. There's other things that we're already spending money on that can qualify as being used for LCAP. And so we listed those also. But those things we've been spending money on forever. Really, what happened with local control funding, we got additional funding. We got additional funding because of the local control funding formula. But we're using that to spend across the entire district. It's not something that's just specific. And I think it's important to realize that we're going to prioritize what our needs are. Some of those might fall into what we deem as LCAP, some may not. But the board's not going to change the way we do the budget. And I think it's important too. I don't think you want to determine that automatically if money goes unspent, that you're going to rededicate that money back to that same program. You might decide that the money didn't get spent the previous year. You're going to take that carryover and other carryover and spend it on another priority. That's a discussion we should have. I think an area we should look at, though, it was driven by the night. You know, the parent came down and said, hey, there's a waiting list. Right? So we should identify every program we have in the district that has a waiting list. Because it's obvious for those programs there's a demand. And you don't have to do a study or strategic plan to figure out that's what parents want their kids in. So to me, it would be a mistake for us not to realize that we already know where the demand is. If the demand is at getting into in a waiting list for Vanguard or Gate or Richardson or Rodriguez Prep or Middle College or if there's even classes at the whatever they call the adult school now, there's a waiting list on. We should know what all these waiting lists are. If there's a waiting list at San Andreas or Sierra, we should know that, because then the board should have a discussion and prioritize which one of those things we think should not have a waiting list, and then restructure the funding. But we should have that discussion when we do when we go into this approving the budget, because some of those things won't cost a whole lot of money to fix. And so I think I don't know if that's part of the LCAP or not, but that's definitely something I think we should look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Medina?
First of all, I want to say I appreciate, Danny, Mr. Tillman, that you mentioned the Vanguard, especially with the parent. I wrote the information down because I was going to definitely address it. Yeah, looking at the programs that have the waiting list, but it's also looking at how can we invest in making sure that we have the training that pertains to those programs to make sure that we're able to magnify and make those programs bigger. So thank you for bringing that point up, because I was definitely going to bring that up. And with the rest of the presentations and looking at the funding, it almost feels like we're just kind of copy and paste. And I do agree with Ms. Rogers, where we have to really look at, it's not where you just move the funds from last year and attach the same funds this year. It's really looking at what the needs are for every year. It might shift and change, or we can adjust. So it's just making sure that it's not just where we're just copying and pasting, but really addressing the needs.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thanks for all the work that you did.
Great job, Mr. Komnick. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Well done.
And we'll move right along to 9.2, public hearing, fiscal year 2017, 2017-18 preliminary budget.
Yeah, it's our pleasure for Ms. Christakis will present to you our preliminary budget.
And before I begin, I want to just extend a big thanks to both Ms. King and Mr. Komnick, who have worked, Ms. King, really, really hard on preparing and getting the preliminary budget ready, and her partnership with Mr. Komnick and ensuring that we're working really closely together and aligning those LCAP goals. So thank you so much. This evening, we'll go over just really briefly the following items: the state budget update, our preliminary budget, our assumptions and how our multi-year projections look at this point, ending fund balance, some budget considerations as we move forward, and then the budget approval will occur on June 27th. And then next steps, which includes, as Ms. Rogers was asking about, and how do we look at those priorities. So we want to spend time over the summer before the books are closed to really look at those priorities and work together to be able to align some of those when those funds become available. So we don't have a lot of new information beyond what was shared with you at the last board meeting. The Budget Conference Committee members have been meeting to reconcile differences between each of their budgets, and they're preparing to present the budget to the governor no later than June 15th. Because legislators lose their pay for each day beyond the June 15th that they don't present the budget to the governor. And many of you that may have been on the board for many years could probably remember sometimes we wouldn't have a budget till late summer, even fall sometimes. Exactly. And Governor Brown has done a really good job. We expect we will have a budget by June 30th. So really the major difference is that hasn't been reconciled is what will happen with the one-time discretionary funding. We've received about 38 million over the last few years in one time, and we were expecting to get about 2.3 million as of second interim. Now they're saying it will be in 2 years, and it would be a substantial amount, close to 8 million, but 2 years from now. So we have some differences. Of course, we'd rather have the funding now, but the governor wants to ensure that those state revenues come in, and so we'll see what happens when the budget's adopted. The next slide shows our multi-year projections. I'll go through each line item one by one. I'm not at this hour, I'm kidding. So I get no laughs from anyone at this hour, but this is our multi-year projections. We show our 2015-16 audited actuals. That's our first column. And those were assumptions that we used when we had our budget in 15-16. You'll see the second column, 2016-17, and then our projection period. And there's a number of items that go into developing a budget. We look at what the COLA is, what's our enrollment. We are declining in enrollment. The biggest determinant of most of our funding is our ADA, and so that's when students come to school, and that's how we get paid for the majority of our LCFF dollars. And also, if you go to line 6, the unduplicated percentage, which is the dollars that generate the supplemental concentration funds, and that's gone down slightly as well. Line 7, if you look at line 7 under 2015-16, you see in 15-16 we got a lot of new money, over almost $68 million. This year, close, 29 million. And then you see as we near full implementation, those dollars were really leveling out. And we're going to show you on a subsequent slide that the new revenues don't keep pace with the salary-related expenditures that we have, mainly because of STRS and PERS. So those were the, really quick on line 11, I know I've mentioned this before, and if Ashley's still here, we have such a great health benefit committee. They work really, really hard to contain costs, and you can see in next year that we kept those costs down at 6.23%. Industry standards about 9% increase, so thank you, Ashley and the team. As we look at slide 5, you've seen this many times. It shows where we were in 12-13 under revenue limit and categorical programs. Through 16-17, we have received $175.7 million and $38.4 million in one-time dollars. Again, you see as though those bar charts start to level off as we're nearing. We'll be at 97% funding of the LCFF implementation next year. The next slide shows our total general fund, including all of our federal or restricted dollars. Again, you see the major revenue source for our district is LCFF. Next year, we expect that to be about $510 million. But we do receive a substantial amount of money in federal dollars as well. The following slide shows how we expect to spend all of our general fund dollars, again, unrestricted and restricted. And most of our dollars are spent on salaries because we serve students and our folks serve our students in school sites. The following chart you've seen many, many times. And you know, when LCFF first was introduced, the premise was, let's get districts back to the purchasing power they had in 2007-8 prior to the deep recession. Back then, we didn't pay the increased PERS and STIRS costs, so there is the erosion of that purchasing power as we move through to full funding. And then the chart on slide 9, I'd like to go through 1 year with you to explain this example of what I was talking about earlier. You can see the increases in LCFF revenue for next year is projected about $8.6 million. When you look at salary-related expenditure increases, step and column, PERS and STIRS, health and welfare, you can see our total increases outpace the new revenues we receive. So that will be part of what we'll have cost containment as we move forward in managing our budget. Slide 10 is...
Ms. Stracos,
Yes.
this increase, is that increase beyond what it was, the base, the year before?
It was beyond current year. That's
The
correct.
current year, all of these increases are
Yes,
beyond
yes.
the current year?
Yeah, each year shows the increase over the prior year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The following is our multi-year projection. This is our total general fund. Let's look at the second column, where we think we're going to end this year, our projection for 2016-17. Again, we'll present the finals to you in September. You have your total revenues and expenditures. It looks like we have, we're not spending all the dollars we received this year. There is going to be some carryover. We had a beginning balance of $83 million. Our ending balance is projected at $92.9 million. And the components of that $92.9 million are projected to be, we have our stores and prepaid expense, reserved for restricted programs. So those are, the majority of that is redevelopment dollars. That is going to be, about half of that will be set aside for the BOE remodel, as well as lunch shelters and other security measures across the district. We have a reserve for economic uncertainties, and then we have some dollars assigned for carryover, which is for textbooks, book purchases for next year, and TSSP plan. So we expect to have an undesignated ending fund balance of $35.5 million, and we'll talk about that a little more on the next agenda item. We have to specifically designate those dollars under the new law. But we can move them around as needed. And then we have our projected for 2017-18, and as you see through the projected period on line 3, you see the deficit spending as we move forward. We can use carryover to adjust that. We can make adjustments in the budget to reduce the expenditures. Or my favorite is let's raise our attendance rate and bring in more revenue. That's the best way.
And I'd just like to say, you said deficit, but it's projected deficit, just so we're...
And Mr. Tillman, thank you, because the majority of the deficit for 17-18 is that carryover for the textbooks and the TSSP. So it's a couple million of a structural deficit. It's mostly carryover. But as we move out, again, it's still projected, and it looks like a deficit based on what we know today. The following slide.
I wanted to ask you something also. In the assigned for carryover, and you said the TSSP.
Yes.
This year, there's they didn't spend 5-point-something million.
Correct.
So is that included here in
No.
the 14.6?
What happened last year is the board agreed to set $3.8 million aside for 3 years. It was one-time dollars. There's also TSSP that was ongoing. It didn't get all spent this year, so it's going into carryover. This is the TSSP $3.8 million that we set aside for 3 years. And so that's what it is. It's some one-time, I think, staff development, Dr. Mitchell's not here, some other support services for 14 or 15 of our schools.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
And then the following, slide 11, we won't spend a lot of time because I just walked through that with you, showing, you know, what we thought at adopted budget on these components of the ending fund balance. You'll see the restricted ending balances really jumped up with the RDA. We did get some liquidation of some funds, and we will be using those dollars over the next 18 months. Assigned balances, and then the unappropriated ending fund balance. Now, that would include anything we allocate for some of the school site carryover and some of the carryovers that will go into detail once we close the books. And then finally, on slide, well, not finally, but slide 12, we wanted to, School Services publishes every year the average unrestricted general fund net ending balance as a percentage of total general fund. And you can see the different district types. Elementaries last year had an average of 21.54% carryover. High school districts 17.19, and unified districts about 16.45. I think a lot of it is just a lot of dollars that have been received through the implementation of LCFF and the one-time dollars, and then where we were in comparison last year. Slide 13, we went through this already during the preliminary budget. It's just basically some of the information I've already talked about as we move forward, looking at some of budget considerations and cost containments as we move forward. Maybe some board considerations to set some funds aside for computer and furniture replacement in the future, or other uncertainties. Being mindful of the federal funding. We receive quite a bit of federal funding, and there could be some changes to that. We don't expect right away, but we'll see what happens as we get closer to the federal year. And then, of course, declining enrollment has a big impact on our district, and we want to get our attendance up, and we want to increase our enrollment. Yes, Ms. Flores?
In terms of attendance, I keep forgetting, if we increase 1%.
It's close to 5 million, correct? Yes.
2.5 million.
1% is close to 5 million.
Oh, to 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So if you go up 2%, there's 10 million right there.
If you go up 2%, it would be 10 million. And in order, Dr. Marsden, in order for us to go up, our attendance verifiers are, who are the people on the ground that take care of following up and keeping track of our attendance? Is it the attendance verifiers?
Dr. Manares may be able to run that.
Or I'm sure it's more than just them, right?
Right, it is. So there's the attendance verifiers, there's, of course, the counselors are monitoring it, office staff engaging with parents, clearing absences, teachers, of course. We are going to be digging deeper into the entire attendance process, if you will, because we want to better understand where we can improve upon it. So we're going to be going through a review of it with Dr. Volkamer.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question before you move on. On the federal funding, do you have any idea when we will be notified what we're receiving?
So, Mr. Terry Komnick, I just mixed his first and last name, he has some information on that.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I did speak with Leslie Sharp from the California Department of Education. She's our Title I and II consultant, and I was specifically asking her about Title II today. And it's my understanding that we're going to probably take about a 10 to 12% cut from the federal grant to the state, and then they sub-grant it down to us. So roughly a 10 to 12%, and then there's a 3% that the CDE, the California Department of Education, will be taking for administrator effectiveness training, if you will. So it impacts us for 17-18, although nothing has been formally stated, roughly $495,000 from last year's funding of $3.3 million. So that's still iffy. On Title I, it was recommended by again, Leslie Sharp from the CDE to reduce our funding for 17-18 by about 15%. So we went from a roughly $27 million in 16-17 to a projected $24.1 million for 17-18. Now, those numbers are conservative, but that was the recommendation of the department, and I didn't want to put the district in a situation that would compromise the district. The Title III funding is roughly $1.2 million, and that, to my understanding, will stay status quo.
Okay, Dr. Flores?
Terry, stay there. I know that we can carry over 15% of our unspent Title I, Title II, Title III money.
Yes.
So how much how much do we have?
Well, right at this moment, in just looking at preliminary numbers, as the books have not closed,
Right. Well, the projection.
I think we're right about close to that 15% threshold, which for the $27 million figure would be fairly high, about 3.2. However, we've got some major activities planned for June, summer sessions, Avid Bridge, that can definitely impact those dollars and reduce them fairly significantly as we support the district across the district at the school site. So, and we do take that up to a 15-month documentation of expenditure, so we'll go all the way up to September 30th to account for that. So it may be less than that, perhaps significantly less than that, but right now that's just a very rough estimate.
So it's about how much?
Roughly 3.2, 3.4.
That will carry over?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Possibly.
And if we're reduced to 23 or 24, that'll bring us back up to 27?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, our last slide for this presentation shows the budget and the LCAP next steps. You'll see the second calendar item is spending time with the board between now and September and reviewing board priorities. Other than that, we begin the cycle all over again. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tillman?
Just want to say, great report, and I was going to ask the board, I know that we're going to talk about prioritization going towards September, but I know at the last school year, at the start of the school year, there was concerns about teachers having money for supplies and stuff like that at some of the sites. And I was thinking maybe we could give teachers $200 somehow, let the superintendent and staff and the teachers work out some way where we can, I don't know whether they want to have something on the books at the certain stores or something where they can spend the money, $200 per student, so we can ensure that when school starts on the first day that they have the money for the supplies, if we can get board consensus to go that direction. Thank you.
But you're 200 at an elementary versus 200 at a high school, we might be, I mean, that's a little low. 200, you're not going to get.
How much do you propose?
Well, let me hear from Ms.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that the school sites do get, pretty healthy funding. I just wanted to throw that in there on a per pupil basis.
So I'm just trying to look at a lot of the out-of-pocket stuff that teachers do.
Well, sure. No, I agree with you. I just, we want to make sure there's certainly have a sufficient amount. And I see the two buttons down there, but I just want to say to you also, thanks for you and your team for a good report. I hope the day will come that we will stop letting the budget drive our needs and the other way around. What is it we need to do? And then take a look at the budget. Because sometimes I think that becomes a problem when we say, oh, we have 8 million. Does 8 million may or may not be enough? What are our needs? Because sometimes we say 8 million, I better not ask for this. Because if I ask for this, we may not get it. But I just hope we'll at some point, take a look at our needs driving the budget instead of the other way around. Thank you. I don't know whose light was first. Ms. Rogers?
I had a question, but then I had a question also what Danny mentioned is that, did we take a look at last year to see that, did we make those corrections? Are we able to know that the money is not being spent, on the campuses, or the carryovers are not there to help support them?
So the preliminary, last year they had quite a bit of carryover. This year they did a pretty good
Better
job
job,
of spending
okay.
their dollars. Mr. Komnick and Ms. King have worked really closely with school sites, providing them reports monthly and keeping up with that. So based on Janet's preliminary projections, they did a really good job of spending those
good.
dollars. And so,
Good. And then back to the ADA, you had mentioned, go ahead.
and kudos to the team as well, because this is the first year that the budgets, the single plan for student achievement was done in concert with both fiscal services and categorical dollars. So principals and stakeholders will see all the dollars available, and the budget's developed in one time, not separately for categorical, separately for general
Right.
fund. And so it's a way to leverage our dollars, as Dr. Hill was saying, so we can, what are the needs and how do we leverage those dollars to meet those needs?
Right. Thank you. And then you had mentioned the ADA, and I know we talked about this last year with the several schools were designated that didn't have to turn in the lunch supplemental forms and things like that. And we were going to look at to see what did that impact. And then in addition to that, I think at the last board meeting, a parent mentioned to me that the forms are now going out. I don't know if it was a phone call or something they received, but they gave the impression that the information was different. And now it sounded the same to me, but they were hesitant about giving that information. So I wanted to mention that again, because I know that was something you worked on before, and whether we got any improvement or saw any improvements.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work up front. We have about 50 sites that are eligible for the community eligibility provision, which means all students can eat at the site. We do need an income verification form filled out in order to provide to the state that they qualify so we can get the supplemental concentration funding. And food services has worked closely with principals, and we developed information in conjunction with enrollment so that we could capture all of that. And we're watching it very closely, and in fact, touching bases with the principals next week.
So has the procedure changed at all?
I
or-
think there was just a little better communication. We've
Okay.
gone to DLAC and DAC and all of the
But it was pretty
meetings.
much the same, you're
Yeah.
asking the same, because they mentioned income, but it always had something on there about income, I
It's
think.
a slightly different form if you are at a site that is eligible for
Oh,
all kids to
okay.
eat for free.
Okay,
So, but we do have to get the form.
Got it.
I wanted to ask Ms. Christakis, when will we get, or Ms., with Terry asked, when will we get the school site plans for next year? Okay. When will they be done? Can we get them like a week before instead of the Friday before? Okay, because it's too much to read all at one time. That'll be great.
Yes, ma'am, and they do come with executive summaries.
Okay, great. Right. And I'm glad to hear that the sites are spending their money. And I would like to request if we could figure out what the amount would be if we were to give teachers an additional $200 for school supplies for our whole district so that we could know the amount. Or do we know how many teachers we have total? We do or don't?
Close to probably 600,000, 550 to 600,000.
That would be 600,000 if we gave everybody 200?
About,
200, okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hill. Janie, I just wanted to make sure we had on that, for a pricing exercise, the waiting list that we have for, Vanguard and for, our various programs that we do have waiting lists on. Were you also going to price those? What is the budget significance to elimination of that waiting list? Was that part of the
As soon as I get the information, I can cost it.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Ms. Medina?
Going back to with the teachers really quickly, I just wanted to clarify, the school sites, each school site gives a certain percentage or a certain amount. I know that we had several teachers mention that their school site will give like about $300 or so, but it depends, right? I imagine each school site is different.
Each school site's different.
And do we have a list of that so we can see maybe the comparisons between school sites? And then we can help compensate the difference to make sure that there's additional funding?
They all get the same amount per student. And so through their leadership, they can provide different, there's different ways to allocate the dollars. And so we can ask the principals how they do it, but some may just have all the supplies available. You just come get what you need. Some may do it by classroom. And so there's a variety of ways that a principal can lead that.
Okay, thank you.
So just so I'm clear, so there isn't a way that a principal, and I know they do everything through a school site council, but there isn't a way that the money could be spent on people and not, could you spend more money on people that would reduce the amount of money that you allow teachers to have for supplies? Because I've heard of school sites where I've been told that a lot of their money is being spent on additional personnel, and so they don't have as much money for supplies. Is that the case? Could this possible?
So I probably should let Dr. Wiseman or Dr. Manara speak to it, but from my experience, they make decisions at a school site on how to spend discretionary dollars, and they come together as a leadership and make decisions, and most of that's required through federal dollars. How are we going to spend these dollars? And it's decided at the site level how they're going to allocate those dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I just hear horror stories about teachers who don't have money to buy a ream of paper, or they only get, one toner cartridge a year, or it just sounds crazy. But I hear about that. And I know we have additional funding, so how does that happen, though? It seems like to me there should be like a baseline, but I know I've been asked for that kind of stuff for a long time, so I kind of like, maybe it's not going to happen, but at least if we give them this stipend, I know at the start of the school year, we won't have folks coming down saying, hey, I didn't have money for pencils and papers and to put stuff on my walls, whatever they use the money for.
And I don't have a problem with the stipend, but again, if you have a second grade teacher with 25 students, $200 was really good in extra stuff. But if you have a high school teacher with 200 students and you give them 200, that averages out to $1. I'm sorry? No, he's not talking 200 per student, 200 per teacher. Yeah, so now you're giving me $1 to spend on. I mean, I could barely get an eraser to go on that pencil I don't have.
Whatever you were spending to be $200, you had to spend out of your pocket. Is my only point. But and Dr. Hill, I do defer to you. I know I remember when you were a principal and I was a board member, so I was kind of like your boss to some extent, and you always were wonderful. So I trust that you have the expertise to teach me on how much money they should get and what the difference is. I will defer to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
You
Any
are
other
always my
questions?
hero.
Thank you so much for your great report. It's getting late, and we're going to move right along. I won't respond to that. I don't even know where we are.
She almost started crying.
We're on 9.3.
Okay, 9.3, another public hearing, balance in excess of minimum reserve requirements, fiscal year 2017-18.
So we basically walked through this. Under the cap reserve law that went into place, the criteria has not been triggered, but we have to have a public hearing that shows what we're going to do for every dollar we have above the 2% minimum required reserve. Remember, 2% is the very, very minimum and would probably cover 1 week's of payroll. So it's an estimate. We show in this document that we have money set aside for textbooks, for our TSSP plan, for deficit spending, and then board priorities for supplemental programs, which would include any carryover we decide to allocate. And that's my comment on this requirement under this cap reserve. Of course, the state is continuing to deposit money in their rainy day fund to prepare for bad times, but the law would prohibit districts from putting too much of that money aside.
All right, thank you. Board, any questions? Okay, session. No voting. Session 10, 10.0, reports and comments. 10.1, report by San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Hello again. Hey, it's
Hello.
still working. I just wanted to let you all know that we did have a vote on our tentative agreement on class size. We had 75% of our membership vote, and they did vote not to approve the agreement. So at this time, we're very hopeful that we can return to the table to continue to discuss class size negotiations. On the issue of supplies, last summer, there was a change in the way that the Business Services Office conducted their business for the purchase orders and things, and so some of the orders that went through from the sites didn't get followed up on until after the school year started. I'm hoping that that's been rectified going into this next school year. I will share with you that my experience being at a site, I had one administrator who felt that the teachers didn't need to have access to a personal budget for their classes, so we had community supplies that were just ordered for us. And there's pros and cons to that. And then a different administrator said each teacher got a certain amount of money to buy extra supplies for their classrooms. So it is something that we support, having some sort of streamlined system, because principals can make those decisions based on what their individual site budgets are. But I know that supplies has always been an issue, and it usually hits our elementary sites harder than the secondary sites. So we'd like to continue that conversation about how we can make sure that the teachers are not spending as much money as they do out of their own pockets if possible, and make sure that they get those supplies to start the school year.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you,
Ms.
Ashley.
Medina, ask for just a minute.
And I do want to, that's why I think it's important for us to see schools site by site and what we're doing, because it seems like sites are, principals are doing it differently. And if we're able to see it in a sheet and showing up at what the inconsistencies are, is then we can address it by looking at the amount of monies once we have it set. But I appreciate that input because it's really needed. And then on regards, the class size, this is for high school though, right? Or is
No,
this what?
was a tentative agreement that included some class size language around high school caseload, daily caseloads.
Okay.
And compensation for that, and then also for our special ed classes was part of the agreement.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Ashley, what was the vote? What was the percentage?
73% of the 75% voted no.
Voted no? Okay. And where do we go from there?
We are requesting that we return to the table to continue negotiations.
To negotiate? Okay. And what was the designated class size for high school?
There was an overall cap for core classes that was set at 200 with additional compensation if those classes were going over those numbers.
And it's for teaching 6 periods?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
But we know that many of our high schools now are doing these pathways. We don't have as many teachers that are doing 100% core classes every single day. So they may be doing 5 core classes, say English, and then 1 pathway class.
And what are the pathway classes at?
I don't know what their class size is, but I think it just depends on the pathway.
Okay.
But they don't count in that overall cap at 200. Only the core classes counted in the language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ashley, just one, a little longer, Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, Ashley, you know, since that table didn't work out so well, let's not go back to that table. Let's pick a different table. I'm just kidding.
Ashley, was there a dollar amount associated with it?
With there was compensation for overages, yes.
Yeah, I'm saying, was there like a dollar amount that it would cost to do what was proposed? On the class size reduction side, was it $7 million? Was
I'm
it
not sure.
$20 million?
I'm not sure what the overall amount was because of the way that the language was set up until we got to the actual master schedules in the fall and saw where everybody's class sizes were and who was over the caps. It would be a little difficult to, I mean, you could ballpark it, but it would be harder to pinpoint how much money that would cost, whereas if you were just doing an overall, everybody's reducing 1, 2, 3 students, then you can really pinpoint how much that's going to cost.
And I guess for us, then as a board, we can look at how much money is available and how much would the different scenarios cost. That's what it's going to come down to, is the cost.
Right.
Thank you.
Dr. Hill, I have one more question. Is it true that in other districts, surrounding districts, the high school teachers only teach 5 classes?
I'm not sure what all the surrounding district schedules look like.
You're not sure?
No, but I do know that several surrounding districts have daily class load caps that are much less than 200 students.
And I also know, I think in Redlands, teachers who teach 6 classes get $18,000 to $24,000 extra a year. Do you know about that?
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. 10.2, California School Employees Association. 10.3, Communications Workers of America. 10.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Okay, 10.5, San Bernardino School Managers. 10.6, comments by board members. We'll start with Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to reach out and congratulate all of our seniors in the class of 2017 at our many different high schools. And gosh, what a privilege it's been to be able to participate in many of them. For me, starting with Middle College High, which we just saw some unbelievable achievements over there, and a great partnership with Valley College, which we greatly appreciate. On to Cajon and Royal Valley. My first time going to a graduation at Casoulas Arena, and to meet Dr. Casoulas in person, the individual that helped make that arena happen at Cal State San Bernardino, was, again, just amazing. And to see that benefit our students and many generations to come. And of course, I was also fortunate to go to Anderson and be a part of their celebration there, and just to see the tight-knit community of our staff with the families there, which was very special and very unique. I know our staff and families are close everywhere, but at Anderson, you could see a really sincere and genuine relationship there that lasts a lifetime. Was able to go to Richardson for middle school because I think myself and board member Miss Medina were over there seeing our sons move on to 9th grade and getting ready to go into high school, which is exciting for both of us. And then tomorrow I'll be over at Gateway seeing our first class graduate from there. So just amazing year of achievement for our students and our staff and our community. And wow, it's just been a tremendous celebration. And for me, this is really my first year of a full celebration of graduations, and how exciting it's been. And for me personally, my daughter graduated from Cajon, and to be there with board member Rogers to see her son graduate with such amazing honors is just something I'll cherish for the rest of my life. And it's just been an amazing experience. And I want to thank our district and our community for giving me the opportunity to do so. And again, I just want to congratulate our district as a whole and all the parents and families out there and the students for an amazing 2017.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Dr. Flores?
I want to echo Dr. Wyatt's sentiments as well. It was very heartwarming to see all our seniors graduate and, to know that we've moved the dial quite a bit from when 5 years ago, we're at 86%, Dr. Marsden?
86.1% now.
86.1%.
Yep.
And I got the opportunity to go to San Andreas, and there was 328, and so did, I think, the majority of the board members. That was really heartwarming to see, the kids that, are given another chance in continuation school, that we provide that opportunity to them. And then Cajon, 640 students. We shook 640 hands. That was a lot of hands. And we did it pretty fast, about an hour and 15 minutes? That was like record time. But I just wanted to give the seniors a shout out, all our seniors and all the families for our accomplishments and their accomplishments. And then I wanted to share today I went to lunch, and I was in line, and I turned around, there's a young woman behind me, and she smiled at me, and I smiled at her, said hello. And then she came up to me and said, Dr. Flores, you taught me. I was your student, 3 years ago. I said, oh, great, where do you teach? At Urbita. I am a kindergarten teacher. And I said, oh, so how are you doing? She goes, I did great. My kids are doing great. I'm a dual language teacher. I have 24 kindergartners. I said, well, how many of them are biliterate? She said, 12 out of 24. They can read and write in Spanish at the end of kindergarten. And how many of those are just literate in their first language? She said, all of them, Dr. Flores. I did what you told me, what you showed me how to do. The veteran teacher said, I don't know if I think you need to do this. No, I'm going to do this. And she convinced the veteran teacher to do it too. Is that great? So I'm just really proud. I said, okay, that's writing. What about reading? They can all read, Dr. Flores. 8 of them are a little shaky, but they can read. And to me, that's great. And, given SB 494 on the early literacy bill, I think, again, I want to reiterate, Dr. Marsden, we're poised. We're poised to get additional money to support our kids and to have them become literate. Here you have a 3-year teacher able to do that. So we have the capacity for them to do that. And then I felt really proud, you guys. I mean, because I haven't seen this student in 3 years, right? So I believe in them. I think that they're going to do the greatest thing, and they go ahead and they do. So it made me really happy. The other things I have to share with the board are just announcements. The DLAC president asked me to announce again to invite the whole board for June 19th DLAC at Jones. They're having an event, end of the year event. I also want to invite the board to attend our California Latino School Boards Association Unity Conference in Del Mar, October 5th through 8th in Del Mar, San Diego. I'm going to ask, everybody asks me to always invite, Dr. Mitchell and to share our African American task force, because they all really want, to know how to do that. So I'm going to do that. But I'm also going to invite certain, key people, programs where we're excelling, so that we're well represented. So anyway, it's October 5th through 8th. You'll get flyers. I'll bring flyers. Also, I'd like to announce that the Greek Festival is this weekend. We should all go. They have music and really good food and so forth. It's at the church, their church on, what street is that? Colton.
I think it's Colton.
No, not
Avenue.
Colton.
Not too far
Inland,
from
it's
Inland.
by the Inland Center. I don't remember that street, but anyway.
Up on the hill.
Right, so just wanted to share that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
I will also echo the graduations were great, obviously very, very sentimental for me. Moving on another child, still kind of on that high, can't believe it. But it was fun being there. And it's always fun going back to my alma mater. I wasn't able to go to so many graduations because I had my own graduate control in my life at the time, but I did make it over to San Bernardino High School, and that was fun just being back among the Cardinals. Well, last month also, Dr. Volkemer and I sit on Arrowhead United Way Board, and I think we were all kind of away and in different places. But we received a top recognition, so I'll be presenting this to you, Dr. Marsden, on behalf of the board, or on behalf of the district. And it says, Certificate of Recognition, San Bernardino City Unified School District Live United Way, presented by Josie Gonzalez, 5th District Supervisor, San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors. I join the United Way in celebrating your outstanding community leadership. Thank you for your commitment to improving the quality of life for those living in San Bernardino County. I wish you the best of luck in the future, and is signed by Supervisor Josie Gonzalez.
Fantastic, thank you.
And they were very excited at our last board meeting because there is a great partnership that we have with our students, and particularly the internship Doug mentioned and was speaking about. So we are excited about that. And then two just additional things that I'd like to see some additional follow-up on. I mentioned the books and the the problem with the missing pages, and the book came up again, that even out of that batch, that there are some books that have pages that are backwards. So I don't know, how much kind of investigation we did. I think we adopted it first before others, and so I think we're discovering probably some of the things as we go, but this was reported by the teachers again, that those books, and it's I think the book is called, it's something, a Wonder Book. That's the name of the particular book. It's the Wonder Book. So if we can look into that. Wonders? Okay, so Wonders, I think, is the actual title. Okay. And then finally, if we could, I know last year, I think Middle College did some presentations, but we have been getting a lot of students that are interested in enrolling and going over and, being a part of Middle College. So if I think someone sent, or I probably got a correspondence on the procedures on getting in, but there are some times I think we do need to look at some additional things. I think sometimes our criteria just is cut and dry, and there are some students, as the school, from what I know, wasn't designed to be a school that says, okay, everybody that goes there is a 4-point plus off the charts, which is good, the numbers that they are producing. But I also made mention before, and I think we do need to know not only when do they send students back that are not making it, and then what goes on with those students. Because I don't feel that those students should feel like, okay, we failed, we didn't make it, and then we just, we don't do any follow through. But we need to do that, because it is my hopes that we've gotten to the point where we're so concerned about just having it be a stellar school that, we're weeding out a little bit faster than we should be giving the support. If we don't get 100%, that's great. It can happen. But as long as we're providing the services that we can. And then we also want to look at the demographics and make sure, we're being all inclusive in those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Medina?
I also want to say congratulations to the class of 2017. My son, like many of the other board members as well, my son graduated from San Gornio High School. I'm really excited about that. And then just attending the various graduations, and especially speaking at San Andreas High School as a former student who graduated from continuation school, I think it's important for them to see that many of us can be successful and do great things regardless of the school that you graduate. So it was really exciting for me to speak on that behalf. Also looking at several occasions, several events that are going on this month. Of course, happy Ramadan to many of the our Muslim community. And there's actually an event that's coming up on June the 8th from 6 to 8 at Cal State San Bernardino, which is Ramadan dinner. come learn about Ramadan and enjoy some free food with Muslims on campus as they break their fast. I mean, I've been to several interfaith, and it's always great to hear and see what and interact with the Muslim community as well. Also wanted to highlight Juneteenth, which is June 19th. History of Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. So, I mean, that's something to look and celebrate as well. And of course, Father's Day is coming up June the 18th, so happy Father's Day to all of our dads. And I also want to recognize that June is declared the LGBTQ plus Awareness Month, and there's an event coming up. It's called The Mix, Saturday, June 17th, at the National Orange Show Sports Center. So if you're interested, it's from 12 to 4. It's a great event, and it's community networking and resources for those here in San Bernardino, the first ever in the area. So I'm really excited. We have so many great things happening here in San Bernardino. You guys have a great festivities.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, no comments? Okay. Mr. Tillman?
He didn't have a light on, but he's been talking to me a lot tonight. He's not
That's what I was
following.
thinking, he forgot to turn his light on.
He's not following number 3. Congratulations to Scott White and Gwen Rogers and Abigail Medina on your graduates. Yes. Oh, that's amazing.
Thank you.
3 board members had 3 students. Great. I would like to get board consensus to pursue or look into, we do the middle college, high school, and I was thinking that if we did like a middle college tech, when I did the, whatever the name of the new name for the adult school.
Inland Career Education.
There you go, that one, also known as. It would be great that for all the certificates that Valley College offers and the ones that we offer, why couldn't a student, when they graduate from high school, graduate with their barber certificate, or graduate with their LVN, or graduate with their welding certificate, or graduate with their certificate for the whole mechanics. And it could work the same way. We have a model for doing it, and they can still qualify to go to college, but they could get that certificate. And a lot of our students know in high school they want that certificate. They want to be a barber. They want to be, even the cosmetology. I know a lot of the tech schools charge so much money. We could offer it to them. So I would just like to see us pursue it. I talked to Joseph Williams today about it, and he was excited about it. He's going to look into it. We had a discussion because I hear Valley College being concerned about the enrollment declining, but at the same time, having spots for our kids so the two don't go together. So he's going to look into that too. But I think it would be a great idea. I really think it would do some of the things like Mike is doing with the, and it would be another part of a career pathway, but you would be using the things that exist at Valley College, and the students can either go concurrently or be in a type of middle college, which leads me to a report, if we can, at some point to find out how many students we have at our middle college and what the actual capacity is at middle college. I don't know. Are we at full capacity in terms of?
We are, but we can get you. We are, but we can get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gallo?
Dr. Hill, just a comment on that. We had met last summer with Albert Manuel, who's head of career technical education and career pathways at Valley College. And they've opened up a number, in fact, they've opened up every single one of their certificate programs for the district to participate. Now, we've exercised one. It happened to be in heavy diesel engine repair. And we had a class of 35 students, as you know, complete that, mostly Pacific High School students and things. And so this is a new way of going here. And, we could probably do this at multiple school sites, I would imagine. And maybe that's even something for our Waterman Gardens, kind of envisioned neighborhood revitalization there. There's a number of things we could do with that too. So I'd like to agendize it and have us discuss how we might implement something like that.
Okay, great. I think it's absolutely wonderful. That's great. I will say ditto to what most of you said, especially about the graduations. I think I counted, I went to 10, not counting the one I went to at an elementary school. I also want to let you know that this coming Saturday at San Bernardino High School, they're having a Unity Day, and this is to invite the entire community. They're trying to get about 10,000 people to attend. So again, this coming Saturday, June 10th, and I believe it starts at 10 o'clock, and it will be at San Bernardino High School at 1850 North East Street. I heard something that really bothered me because I don't think it was the exception. There is a student who is an AP student, family just ran into some difficult situations, and it's my understanding that there was an eviction that took place, and when the marshal showed up, wouldn't allow them to get anything. But it was an AP student who was graduating, could not turn in 2 books. The books was in excess of $100, and the school said, well, you can't walk. Well, if the parents had $100, they probably wouldn't have been, well, they might have been evicted, but I doubt if those books was a priority at that time. So I just heard about that one case, but I would like to say to the board, we need to take a look at a policy to put in place. We're not saying students can throw books away and not worry about them, but there are some extenuating circumstances. And to have a student who's graduating, who's been involved in AP classes, even if it's not AP classes, that should not be a reason to keep a student from graduating.
But, I never heard that, though. I heard of maybe they won't give them a diploma, but not letting them walk?
The word I got, which was from the school itself, and because we were discussion I was having with the person about how important trust is, and the person shared that this student was not going to be able to walk. So what happened?
Did the student lose the book, or were they
No,
stolen?
the book was in the home when they were evicted, and the marshal wouldn't allow them to get anything out.
That's not their fault.
But even so, when you're evicted, last thing you think about is a textbook.
Right.
You might want to try to grab your clothes or other personal items.
That's
so-
not being compassionate.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just hope we can put something in place so it doesn't ever happen to another student.
I agree.
Under those
So
circumstances.
the student didn't get to walk?
The student got to walk because the student confided in a staff member who paid for the books.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, so, but at any rate, I hope it didn't only happen to one student, but, sometimes students just walk away because they get embarrassed and things of that nature when they cannot walk. And I'm glad to see the people from facilities still here, because I'm hoping during the summer, we'll be able to pass our schools and see some green lawns and things of that nature. So, is that a thumbs up? Okay, good. Thank you. And finally, I'm sure most of you know that Gloria Macias Harrison's daughter, Diana, who ran the Inland Empire Community News, passed away. She had a stroke last Sunday and passed away Sunday a week ago, and passed away the following Thursday. Her funeral will be, and I think I sent it to you today, but I'll send it to Karen to get out. The funeral will be June 17 at 10 o'clock at Mount View Cemetery. So, at any rate, Gloria has been such a partner with us with the El Chicano News, and I know she's on the foundation board, very active with the Headdress Ball and many other events. So keep Gloria, Bill, and the rest of the family in your prayers. And before we go into closed session, I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Diana Harrison Martinez. Thank you. That's all I have. 10.7, comments by superintendent and staff members.
And because of the hour, I'm going to defer many of the comments I have, which are really student recognitions for awards. We'll try to find a way to get that out on social media. Instead, what I'd like to do is give my comment time to Ms. Ontiveros, as she can announce the receipt of a pretty hefty grant. So Ms. Ontiveros.
Yes, I really do enjoy coming here and sharing with you success stories that we have in our grant writing work that we're doing. So we were notified this week by the California Department of Education that we will be among the first cohort to receive funding through the Learning Communities for School Success Program. We will be receiving $1.759 million, so to help us over 3 years reduce chronic absenteeism and suspensions for some of our most vulnerable populations. So,
Thank you.
yes, really good news. There were 34 recipients statewide. We were one of only 7 who received the maximum amount awarded, and the only in San Bernardino County.
Okay, that means that we're going to up our attendance, and we're going to, 1%, 2%, 3%. Yeah.
Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps.
That's
Call Ginger the
That's
$1
great.
million girl.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger.
Is that it?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Board, let's go to 11.0, consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second.
With no-
Before we
with no-
vote,
with no
anything
pulling or
to be
nothing?
pulled? Anything to be pulled?
They said no.
Okay, let's vote.
I was going to pull, but I decided not to.
Wow.
Thank you.
I'm about to fall out of the chair. Okay. All right. We will not. We will, okay. All right, section 12, 12.0, action items,
So moved.
12.1, personnel.
So moved.
Let's vote.
I have a question. I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Flores, I didn't see a light.
And this is for Dr. Wiseman on the personnel report. Could you just clarify, I saw abolishment of positions, and they happen to be attendance verifiers. So I was like a little perplexed.
So actually, do you have a page number, and then? can I-
Okay, what page number was it? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't. I think it was towards the end where there's abolishments. Attendance assistants, attendance verifier, 64. Page 54. 64, I'm sorry. There's a whole slew of attendance verifiers.
So I don't have the specifics on those particular positions right now. I can get that information to you. I know each year we go to the table with CSEA, and we talk about any abolishments due to lack of work or lack of funding. This could be due to reduced enrollment, so I can get the specifics on those particular positions.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm concerned because our attendance is down, and if we need those people, I'm just raising the red flag. I'm raising the red flag. So I don't know. But we can bring them back, right, if we see, once you investigate?
Absolutely. I can get the information, bring it back to you, and if we feel that we want to reverse the action, that's an option as well.
We could do that.
Absolutely. I know one of the things, too, is just providing clarity with classifications. Sometimes we'll have a middle school that has an attendance verifier, and it's not necessarily the appropriate classification at the middle school level, so we may abolish a position there. So a lot of it's just cleaning up our positions and making sure that the positions in our office that are assisting with the attendance is consistent with their job description.
And I'm concerned, too, because quite a few of them are bilingual attendance verifiers. And if we have like at Roosevelt, we have a high amount of Spanish-speaking parents there, at Wilson, at Boniola as well, Jones, Ingram. So I'm concerned.
And one of the things, Dr. Flores, is the overwhelming majority of these abolishments are actually vacancies. And I can bring that information forward as well. And what you'll see is maybe a school will say, you know what, we're going to abolish this position because we have a bilingual secretary too, and we have a bilingual clerk, so on and so forth. So I'll provide some additional information about the specifics, the vacancies on these positions.
But attendance verifiers just do that, right? They just focus on attendance.
That is correct.
Yeah, because secretaries and clerks have other duties.
That is correct.
Right. Okay, thanks.
And then before we move forward to a vote, I do actually want to pull some items. We're currently working with CSCA in regards to the negotiation of the decision as well as the effects of our reductions. So if you go to page 63, you'll see that it states, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the decrease in hours for the following positions. So the district we're requesting that we pull the 10 items below the decrease in hours. And then also moving down, I think, onto the next page, 64, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the decrease in months. We're going to pull those items as well as we continue negotiating with CSCA in regards to the decision and effects of those reductions.
Substitute motion with amendments?
I agree, second.
Substitute motion.
I want to amend the motion, yeah.
All right, then let's vote. Okay, thank you. 12.2, San Bernardino City Resolution for Exemption to the Separation from Service Requirement pursuant to Section 24214.5 or 26812 of the Ed Code.
Second?
Is there a second?
Second?
Not long, folks, not long. Let's vote. Okay, 13.0. Did I miss anything? 12.2? 13.0, closed session, and we will report out. We will report out. And since it's quite late, if we don't mind, can we just go ahead and close this meeting of June 6th in honor of Diana Harrison at this time? Diana Harrison Martinez.
We could recess the meeting.
Okay, recess. I don't mean close the meeting, I mean recess. Okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, board members, superintendent and cabinet, this is a report out from closed session. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves rescinding the board action on May 16, 2017 to not renew employment for and accept a resignation for the following certificated employee for the 2017-18 school year pursuant to Education Code 44929.21. HR-Cert-16-17-22.
So moved.
Second.
Let's vote. Thank you. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss classified employee from his employment with the district and to authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of the board's action to the Personnel Commission Director. This is HR-Class-1617-28.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Let's vote. Thank you. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss classified employee from her employment with the district and to authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of the board's action to the Personnel Commission Director. This is HR-Classified-16-17-29.
So moved.
Let's vote. Thank you. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employees. Randy Clyde, middle school principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined from funding 035. James Cobb, middle school vice principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined, funding 035. Sarah McCain, elementary school principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined, funding 035. Kimbray Sergeant, elementary school vice principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined, funding 035. Lydia Wandria, elementary school vice principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined, funding 035. Doris Stratton, high school vice principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined from funding 035. And Tremonisha Singer, high school vice principal, effective date, work year and salary to be determined from funding 035.
So moved.
Is there, all right, it's been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Thank you so much. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Good night. Thank you. Happy Father's Day to you men.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.